All right, I'm ready to start the day today. It's day 13. Yes, yes. I can't even lie. I'm not like mentally prepared for what I'm going to do today, which is why I don't even have a subject in the title. It's just like it's day 13 and I'm about to figure out what I'm about to get into for today. Um I definitely have quite a few things lingering on my to-dos. Baby boy is up, up, up. He up, 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 up. So, I have a few things on my to do today. I do have some content stuff I want to get into at some point today. Um, gonna keep working on my bot because that is the project that's in flight. And yeah, hopefully today will be a productive one. I finally feel up. I just opened the blinds in here too because I've been sitting at the desk hanging out on Twitch for a minute. But yeah, it just occurred to me like, okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. So let's work. Um, the first thing I need to do, planning, man, planning. Planning is important. This is essential. This is the key to everything. It's the key to everything, y'all. I promise. So, I am gonna take some time to just really sit down and get my stuff together. I actually wanted to. I hope I'm recording. Okay, I'm recording. Ugh. I wanted to. Hold on. Let me turn down. I don't think y'all can hear this, but I can still hear Twitch. It's up here, or is it? When I tell y'all this computer I love so much, I'm putting it to work and it is absolutely giving um it's giving. Is that enough? Like is that all you got? That's what this computer is giving because I got too much stuff running and it's like the computer is still working like buttery. So I'm losing track of windows, losing track of tabs, like. And anybody that knows know I got a problem with tabs. Like I struggles with tabs. So it's the tabs are on the rise, y'all. The windows and the tabs are on the rise. So I guess I'm just gonna have to really learn how to organize my tabs and not let so many linger because I feel like I'm gonna get to a point where it's literally like 1,000 tabs open. But anywho, yeah. So I am gonna jump in on my planner, and then I'll probably start with Notion. I really need to get myself organized because there's too many things in flight right now. Which is all good. I'm a busybody, so that's just natural part of my life. It does not bother me, but at the same time, I guess how would I put it? Like it doesn't bother me, but I'm at a point where a lot of the things are it's easy for stuff to fall through the cracks basically. And it's not little stuff that falls through the cracks. It's big stuff that will fall through the cracks. So I'm going to be on Notion, getting my Notion board together. And then I'm also going to just kind of personally write down in my planner what I'm doing for today, so I can get my my thoughts cleared. So my brain is a little bit fuzzy right now just because I have too many things that I'm trying to think about at the same time. Server side rendering or client side rendering. It depends on the use case. That's what I would say. I wouldn't say one is better or worse. Just depends. You know, like sometimes when you have it's on the ad break, sometimes when you have different UI components, and if you're trying to do server side rendering, like if it's slowing down the experience for the user, then maybe the client side rendering, you know, I don't know. But I would say most of the time, in my experience, most of the times in software, it's not a either or, it's situation dependent, and knowing the context and what's going to be most ideal, what's the trade-offs. Thank you. I bought a whole bunch of these ornaments. I bought a bunch of these ornaments, and some of them didn't get out the sleeves, and baby boy has been obsessed with them. Like, this is a toy to him. This dollar pack of ornaments is a toy to him, even though he has plenty. All right, hold on. Let me hook you up, baby boy. Wait, where is my phone? I don't got my phone. I don't got my watch on. I need my credit for my activities, okay? I can't see. Hold on. Let me make sure I open. I can't see some of the chat. This boy is doing a lot. Okay, I'm gonna put it on this one so I can see. And then I'm just gonna open up my browsers so that way I can just chat that way. Wait, hello. Welcome in, y'all. Welcome, Frozer. Welcome to everybody that was hanging out this morning. We still putting in work today. Y'all got me up and ready for the day. So, welcome. Someone asked the question, is server-side rendering or is client-side rendering better? Best thing I can say is, depends. But yes, welcome in, Frozer. I appreciate y'all. Happy Saturday. I'm still wiping the freaking crust out my eyes, even though I've been up for a minute now. And we out here. We gotta put in work, man. I hope the pre-roll ad shouldn't be on Twitch because an ad just ran. So I hope y'all are able to see me. Welcome in. Welcome to this setup is not fully where it needs to be. This stream setup is not fully where it needs to be, just because I haven't really fully set up my MacBook streaming. I went from a MacBook back to my PC, and then now my new MacBook is way more powerful, and I think can handle the stream better than my PC could. But I haven't like cleaned up my stream setup and everything like that. So that's one of the things I'm gonna have to do, but obviously it's probably just gonna be an off stream thing. But yeah, go ahead, enjoy. Good luck to your daughter on her basketball game. And for those of y'all that are here for the codes and all that, that's what we're gonna be doing today. I didn't pick a project yet that I'm gonna work on. I can't even lie, I'm one of those people that I got a problem, so I would definitely go off script and come up with another new thing to do. And I'm just trying not to be that person, okay? I'm trying not to be that person. All right, I hope the music balance is good, but just let me know if it's not. Can I like remove this one? I'm scared if I remove this one, the whole thing gonna go away like last time. Don't delete my chat box. Just, oh, freaking A. Now undo that. Put it back. I just don't want it to show right here. Man, it's all good though. Frozer was just saying in his chat too, like, oh, like he's bad at streaming. It's, y'all don't even know the stream setups. If you don't stream, like it's a lot. In the beginning, it was more so I don't know how to do a bunch of this stuff, but now it's more so it's a lot to keep track of. So even if you know exactly how to use every single thing in your software, and you know how to use all the tools here, there, and everywhere else, it's just a lot to keep track of in real time. So, but for me, over the years, I got more comfortable with it, so that now, yeah, hide that. Okay, that's better. So now I can see I'm trying to make sure I can see my audio level compared to the music audio level. The music is a little loud now. Do y'all not want to hear the music, or because it's kind of quiet to me? So maybe I'll just turn my no, my headphones are as up as they're gonna be. Here, let me dang, I don't got my phone. Oh, okay. I'm gonna grab my phone. I'm gonna put my watch on. So give me 2 seconds. Alright, now we have all of the supplies. Got all the supplies I need. I got my PlayStation fanboy fangirl shirt on today. Alright. Okay, so let me see. Hey, wanted to connect again. Oh my gosh. Oh boy. I haven't looked at my phone all morning. Okay, that's why. This is why I believe in do not disturb, and I also definitely like put my phone down because it'd be like that. We would have to send this. Oh, okay. Let me see. This is business, so let's handle business because we got work to do. Wait, so if I'm gonna share my screen though, so y'all can see what I've been working on. Is my which one is this? Okay. Oh, look at that. I need to change my background. This is not giving me really much inspiration. It's pretty, like it's very, very wonderful, but it's not giving me much inspiration. So, how do I want to do this? Okay, I just had to make sure I wasn't showing nothing that I'm not supposed to show. I have had some issues with making sure I don't share my credentials because my stuff is in a .env, so it's not like something that I can accidentally push to GitHub, even though I have. But as far as being on stream, sometimes I have to be careful. Matter of fact, let's do this. I'm gonna pull my .env out into its own window because that is more user friendly for me. So I have that one over here, so that way I know I won't accidentally do that. And then let me just click something else so the .env is not highlighted. Okay. I might end up upping the music a little bit, but I don't think it's the music. I think it's my headphone audio because my sound also is a little bit low to me. Anywho, as long as y'all are good, then that is very important to me. All right, let me follow up with this team message. This code that I have up here right now is my chatbot. So what I also am going to need is we are going to need to get our bot running on the Raspberry Pi that I set up last week. Well, I guess earlier this week. I need to set an alias for this. What's my password? Because I do want to run the bot. Oh shoot, I need to get a token before I run it. But you can see I have a Raspberry Pi running. I'm going to get a capture card set up for my Raspberry Pi, so when I have that desktop open, I can actually share that. But right now I'm not even looking at the screen. I don't even have the monitor hooked up to it. I'm just going to SSH into it, and then I learned that if I use the -y command, basically this allows me to be able to open the GUIs from my Raspberry Pi. So for example, let's see, if I go to my desktop, and I have repos folder here, and the nursery bot is the only thing there, I can open the chat bot with Genie. Let's open Genie. All right. So this is the UI running from my Raspberry Pi. So it's three things. This code is my local code on my computer. This is my SSH connection to my Raspberry Pi, and then this whole interface is coming from my Raspberry Pi. Being on the Mac, I had to install Xquartz. I think they called it X11. X11? I think it was called X11. So I wasn't able to use that -y command until I set that up. But that's all the Raspberry Pi stuff. It was really simple to get it running. So yeah, the GUIs. Welcome me in. Elliot, welcome me in. Happy Saturday. Y'all, Twitch been going up. Like it's a lot of people are coming back to streaming, I would say, and a lot of us are just like starting to be around regularly, which I do appreciate, because life be life in for real. So it's like you don't even be knowing what people got going on behind the scenes. It'd be hard to manage everything. Okay, so what I'm trying to figure out is if I go in here, is there a limit? Yeah, I don't know how to. Sins, fees, limits. Okay. Sorry, y'all. We gotta make sure the projects is flowing. Okay. What am I working on today? Elliot, look, you put too much pressure on me. I don't know what I'm working on. I don't know yet. But I mean, okay. So here's my thought process, though. I will say this. So I have the chatbot stuff open, and what I'm considering is that I can't lie, I get bored easily. So I've been working on the chatbot dang near. I've been working on this since we started the year. So I would like to do something different, but I understand the importance. Here, baby. I understand the importance of needing to, get stuff done and get stuff over the finish line. So what I am planning on doing, basically, the last thing I'm trying to do for the chatbot is I'm trying to get this bash script running. And the bash script would basically be able to grab the token, zoom in, and please, at any point, if the stream is getting laggy or like if my connection is weird, please do let me know, because I'm trying to, where is it, chat box, that's so tiny. I gotta fix the chat bot, y'all. I'm trying to make sure my stream setup from my MacBook is good. This is only the second stream from the MacBook. So last night, and I haven't been able to look back at the recordings to see how they're coming along. So if they are doing anything weird, feel free to let me know. My hair is doing something crazy, but that's neither here nor there. Boxy, welcome in. Happy Saturday. I hope your stream went well. I think I was around for the raid, and then I was over here trying to get my life. But yeah, so my thought process is basically if I can get this script is supposed to, it's like a startup script for me. So it should automatically grab the token. It's going through the device. They call it the device code grant flow for Twitch. So it's going through the device code grant flow. So it should automatically use my client ID and set some scopes on a token. Then I'll get a response back. That response will give me a device code that I can use, in addition to the fact that I still have to, it'll give me a URI that I have to visit in the browser, just to verify and give permissions. Then once I have the device code from the response, and then I also have gone to the browser and completed the auth, then uh, I will then from there I will be able to do my final request to grab my token and get my refresh token. Then I need to save my refresh token. At that point the bot will be running and I just pretty much leave it running. But I think that'll be a good spot to table it, so at least if my bot goes down I will have an easy way of getting it back up and running, and then I can kind of put this to the side maybe and spend a little time on another project. I'm definitely going to come back to it because this is a bigger project. It's much more work than I originally thought it was going to be. So now it's turning into the YouTube integration that I want to build is actually not trivial at all. I'm not going to say it's super complicated necessarily, but it's not trivial. With Twitch right now, I'm using I think it's a client called TMI.js. So that is doing a lot of the behind the scenes like interaction with the Twitch API for me. But YouTube, I didn't find anything like that for YouTube chat, and it's and YouTube chat and Twitch chat are different, the way that they work. So long story short, over the past couple weeks, I basically discovered that the YouTube integration is going to be more of a long haul. Like this is going to be a real project versus me thinking like, oh, I'm just going to pull in the Twitch chat and then pull in the YouTube chat and I can work on the special features. And that doesn't even count this fact that I still have special features that I want to enable. In this bot, I want anybody who's a member of the community from any aspects to be able to kind of share in different types of acknowledgments and different types of features that they have access to as well. So that would include being like, hey, if you are a member on with my website, then even if you have most of the stuff on the website is free anyways. Actually, everything that's on the website right now is free. So it's like, even if you have a free membership to the website, cool, but I want you to be able to come over here and have some type of way that we can acknowledge that and see that in the chat. Being able to integrate it with like my Discord server and things like that, different roles and stuff like that. I just kind of want to do some special stuff and have some special fun features on here as far as the stream integrations. So yes, definitely much bigger of a project than I thought it was going to be when I realized that I have to really legit like implement the YouTube API, which I might actually possibly have to build my own layer in between YouTube and the Twitch bot, or what I have as the Twitch bot right now. So that's a long story. That's a long story long actually. Let me see if I can. I'm just trying to fix this box size because this chat bot is not looking cute. Which chat do we like? What theme do we like? I think we like. Do we like boxed? Boxed is good. And the font size is way too small, maybe. The height of it. I think the main issue is I have to make a different chat box for my just chatting. So I made these smaller because on just chatting it was like huge. But those are like kind of basically shared instances as far as I can tell. So let's make the height more like 700 and see what that does. 600. Okay, 600 is good for the height. And then we'll make the my eyeballs. We will make I'm trying to make the font bigger. Here we go. Okay, I hope that's better. Made a Twitch bot, a Twitch community, a Discord bot for a Twitch community. Okay. Oh no, it's okay, Boxy. I didn't know what time I was gonna go live for real. I just was sitting here, and then I was, Frozer was like, okay, I'm about to, he was about to end, and I'm like, I think now is the time for me to start doing stuff, because I literally had just started opening up my planner to get some stuff done or get some stuff written out, and I'm like, okay, now I'm getting in the coding mode. So um it's perfect right now because it is like the top of the day as far as like the brightness, and even though it's not sunny, it's very bright outside because we had a snow thunderstorm last night. So it's super bright, which is good. I like the natural light, kind of, perks me up or whatever. And then we gonna get let me see, what am I trying to do? I'm gonna get baby boy's YouTube Kids going, because usually while I'm working, a lot of times he that just kind of is on in the background for him, so he'll come back and forth. I kind of keep the camera cropped a little bit so y'all see him when he run through here. Then you will know I'm not just like talking to I'm not just talking to myself. Uh-oh, he gonna hear my phone. He gonna hear my phone. Watch, he coming. He's coming. He heard Yo Gabba Gabba. I turned it on, baby. It's on it. Yeah, he heard it now. See, he don't care nothing about me. It's all about Yo Gabba Gabba. Oh man, the DCGF gotta start using for acronyms for everything. Look, before I'm gonna use an acronym, I gotta teach myself what the acronym even is. I'm gonna be saying the wrong letters. Um, okay, so I settled on the stuff that I needed to do on my phone. So that's out the way for the moment. um, yeah, this is the funny thing is with this freaking bot, I have went through every single one of the auth flows almost. I think I went through like 3 of the different auth flows at this point. And I finally settled on this is probably the best for my use case at this point in time. Um, but this is stretching me a little bit because just like conceptually, I understand the different auth flows and that there are different auth flows, but it's been a really long time since I've actually looked in depth at different auth flows. And like a lot of times, when you're incorporating these in your projects, it's like you use a library or something like that, and it's just, or you use some type of integration, some type of, is built into your framework, so you might not have to literally manage the making the API request and getting the data back and storing the tokens and doing all of that. A lot of that stuff gets kind of abstracted away from us in the different tools that we might use. So this has been just like probably the first time in a long time that I had to sit down and be like, wait, what's the process I'm going through, and then what do I need to do at each step in order to enable the next step to be able to execute. That's kind of where I am right now. So and if you are new to the stream, welcome y'all. If your question is 365 days of code, are you a beginner? I am not a beginner, y'all. It's okay. So let's just get that out the way. This is a challenge for me to, I would say honestly, even though this is a coding challenge, this is much more for me personally. This is much more of a streaming challenge than a coding challenge, because I could definitely be sitting down and just, headphones on, just, at my computer getting stuff done. But I want to spend more time with the community this year. And I want that to just be a normal thing. I have done 100 days of code. Like if people follow me in the last year, as I got back into streaming after like a hiatus, I was doing 100 days of code last year. But the way my 100 days of code was going, I had decided like, my goal was to stream, but if I didn't stream, then I still had to do something every day. But I also had given myself some wiggle room at that point where I said, it's just a lot for me to be able to do something consistently every day. So if I have to miss a day because I'm still trying to learn what it's like to have a toddler and all this other kind of stuff, if I have to miss a day, then I just have to make that day up. But I'm not going to say that that wasn't a good strategy or a good set of rules. It's just that's where I was at that time. Where I felt that I am coming into this year is, yeah, even though 365 days is more challenging, so to speak, it's easier. It's more straightforward because you wouldn't imagine how much cognitive overload it can be just to be deciding if you're going to go live or not. Like, just to decide if you're going to go live or not. That's a big thing because, like I said, for people that don't stream, it's a lot, y'all. It is. I can't even lie. We be making it look easy, but it's a lot of technical stuff that you have to make sure is good, especially when you want to do it at a certain level of quality. And part of these live streams too has been over the past year, we've been expanding out to YouTube. So all my live streams since we started the podcast last year, all the live streams have been on YouTube. So I'm multi-stream to YouTube, which is a thing. By the way, let me make sure I got my YouTube chat up because again, that's why I'm really adding YouTube chat into my bot because I can't see what's going on in both chats at the same time. I have to literally keep both chats open, which is, it's not a good experience. And y'all can typically see what's going on in the chat as far as the overlay, but in my UI, I can't see. I can't see I can't see and respond to everybody directly. I can only be in one chat at a time. So that's what I'm trying to enable. So let me get into the studio because I definitely by no means do I want to give the impression that I do not value the people that are watching from YouTube. YouTube is where we are expanding to, y'all. So we grow in our community and we want everybody from YouTube to have full support as well. What is this? Oh, I'm in the wrong account. I'm like, where's all my live streams? What the heck? Oh, I'm in the wrong account. And y'all been subscribing on YouTube, so thank you. We have 55 subscribers on YouTube right now at MetaDev Girl, and I really appreciate it. I really do, because this year my goal is for us. What is not tested? I don't know what that is. This year my goal is for us to have more actual recorded content and educational content and stuff like that. So the live streams were a start, but we got so much more to do. I see Erica was in here. I don't know if I missed you, Erica, but thank you. Thank you. I did see Erica was saying earlier, yes, I hear you. Okay, so now I can see because I have to be in the YouTube studio right now just to make sure I can respond directly back to the comments y'all have. And YouTube does have a little bit of a delay, but either way, my goal for this was just to be more consistent in being in the community and spending time with y'all because I don't have dev coworkers no more, y'all. Like, I teach. I am working on launching this app with Beauty Go-Go. I am getting ready to go back to school for computer science just because I want to pursue a PhD in machine learning. And yeah, so I'm like in that. I'm really like more of a multipreneur. Although I am working with this startup right now. But yeah, I do, like, I'm just here at home working on stuff. Like, I don't have another dev that I work with on a day-to-day basis. So y'all are my coworkers. Even if you're a beginner, it doesn't matter. If you just observing, it doesn't matter. If you've been doing this for years, we're all here to help each other and just, grow our skills in whatever ways we need to and be supportive in whatever ways we need to. Elliot, you have been talking about just the concept of, having community, having people, like having a smaller group of people that you identify with. And, that is something that I've always been passionate about making sure we have over the years, just because I'm like, when you're the only black girl on the software team, or maybe even the only black girl in the whole company, it's a little isolating, I can't lie. So I've always been able to be a part of and lead different tech groups. we had meetups, you know, as I was coming up, because I started in I started getting into dev around 2014, 2015. So as I was coming up and I was getting exposed to the field, um, Meetup was super popular back then. And the company I worked for, we hosted a lot of meetups. So that was the perfect way for me to kind of get into my local community. I became a chapter leader with Girl Develop It. We actually originally started as meetup groups, and we also started a meetup group, which is now a nonprofit that we've been running for about 6 years or so, called Detroit Black Tech. And through Detroit Black Tech, we started the Hacking with the Homies conference. So yeah, those were all things that we did to bridge the gap in our community between people who, you know, wouldn't otherwise really get to kind of sit side by side on a day-to-day basis. And really, that's what I've seen growing on Twitch, which I'm so passionate about. And I just love it, because when I first got started on Twitch, I used to game on Twitch, and we kind of do gaming streams here and there for sure. Although I just been prioritizing like coding streams. But I used to game on Twitch, and then I started kind of branching out into doing coding streams. But when I went on a hiatus, it was probably around 2021. Um, Basically the year that I was pregnant, I really wasn't streaming during that time. Um, when I came back to streaming at the end of 2022, we had a whole software development category. I said, what the heck? So, and it was just so great. It's like, now we have our own little space here. So I really enjoy it. So I'm here for y'all. We got Discord, we got each other. I'm here every day, so that's easy. It's just easy. So if I can go live every day, that's all that matters. And exclamation Discord works on YouTube and it works on Twitch. If you are on YouTube at any point in time, or if you're even, because on YouTube you can't really just use the chat at any point on YouTube. If you watch these recordings, you can always go to the about page on the channel, and you can actually go ahead and see the link to join Discord. Do I have YouTube for the Twitch folks? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it used to be, no, it didn't used to be science and technology. Science and technology is still a thing. We just got our we finally, it was finally so many of us that we were able to, get our own designated cat channel. But science and technology, yes, that's where we used to stream. But it was, so it wasn't that many coding streams. So those, everybody was all in one bucket, and it still was a very small category, even with coding streams being a part of it. Now, sometimes we have like tens of thousands of people just in this category alone, and that's really a lot. So I love it because I can see the growth that's been happening over the years. Some random Pokemon scientist looking dude playing with beakers. Yeah, it doesn't have to be someone who works on the same project, but just like-minded, goal-oriented devs. Yes, yes, yes. um I was just saying that when we were in Frozair's chat, and someone was asking about, I'm gonna pull up the documentation, y'all, for this auth. Someone was asking, like, Frozair said something about implementing caching, image caching in his mobile app. He's doing an Android app right now. He was talking about he needs to implement mobile caching. I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna really focus in whenever you get to that part of your project. And then someone had asked, like, oh, are you learning, or are you a mobile dev? And I'm like, no, I'm a full stack engineer, but caching is caching, basically, conceptually, right? The idea that, okay, if I want to reduce some type of load on the application, maybe, or if he had a different use case, but if you have a use case for wanting to store some of the data that you downloaded on maybe on the first request, so you don't have to keep requesting all the same data over and over again, okay, caching, like, that's a concept. So I was like, it and I definitely would say I'm far enough along in my career too, where I can just look at someone else working on a different tech stack, and I can still extract out the principles, right? The implementation is going to be different, but in software, the concepts are the concepts are typically consistent across the board. So, and that's something that some people don't realize. Not to say that's what that conversation was leading to, but just I would say for people when you're a beginner, you don't realize sometimes, like, you think like, oh, I need to get new skills. I got to learn a new language, and it's like, no. If you want to get new skills, get more skills in your language. So then when you learn a new language, so much of the concepts are going to transfer over. Like if you learn JavaScript and you learn, one framework, one front end framework, or if you learn an MVC framework, right, a model view controller framework, model view controller is a design pattern. So MVC is MVC at the end of the day. Now, Angular might have its own approach than if I'm using Spring. Those are two different languages, and the languages have their own, unique like situations that you have to consider. But at the highest level, MVC is MVC. You have a model, your data, you have a view, your UI, you have a controller. The logic that connects the two, right? So regardless of whether you're doing it in one language or another, if you really understood that concept in one language and you really went deep enough to really grasp what all this means, not just how do I use Angular, but like what is all of this doing at a higher level, it's going to be so easy to pick up another framework. So easy. It's absolutely underrated. It's underrated to actually go deep in our tool stack. We be trying to language hop. Android dev, you say? Yep. Frozair is doing Android dev. Elliot, he does his live streams pretty much Saturday mornings. So if you trying to catch him, you can definitely. And he's in our Discord too. So y'all can connect up that way. He has a server that he could possibly send you an invite to if you want to. But yes, y'all need to link for sure. I'm gonna tag y'all on. Hold on. Let's just Discord. Now, do I think that oh, Narcissus, welcome in. Y'all gonna notice I got a kids have music stuff. Apart from that, I started making this toy SAT solver. No clue what I'm doing. I have a tradition. I have to do my welcome gift for everybody that joins the server. Okay. We gotta welcome everybody in. But yeah, I'm gonna put it in the code channel at Frozair and y'all both on Android. Yeah. Okay. So one thing that I have updated in the server is I went ahead and Twitch dev dot I don't want to go to the console. Twitch docs. Oh, this is the wrong profile. Hold on. One thing. Oh gosh, I'm showing y'all my emails. Lord. One thing that I have done in the server is I just switched it to a community server, so we will be able to do onboarding and stuff like that. So when you come into the server, you'll be able to get roles, and we definitely need tech roles. Like we need JavaScript, Python, mobile dev, front end, back end. We need that. I think that'll help a lot because the majority of the people that's in the server right now, I would say that's active. Majority of y'all that are active are devs, and it's just more so what everybody works on. All right, so we gonna go Twitch. I did want it in that profile, actually. I was about to say the thing about one thing about live streaming and coding is it's not really the most productive way to do it. That's the funny part. So, and that's okay with me though, because like I said, it's about the community. Like if it was more so about making sure I code every day, I wouldn't be leaning on the live stream part. But this is more so making sure that I spend time in the community every day and, you know, get to know y'all and y'all get to know me and we can work on stuff together. It's so many more of us that are remote or working solo. Um and I'm a full-blown extrovert. People do not believe it. I'm a full-blown extrovert. Okay. And at this point, the only people that live in this house is me and my baby. Like we be in here living our best life. He got his space, I got my space. I'm making the space more and more comfortable because that's how I am. I like to have a comfortable space. Um I'll go out for sure, but I'm really a homebody. So I do need my one. I need my one, you know, my personal time or whatever to recharge. But once I'm recharged, it's like it's up. I'm ready. What we doing? What y'all need help with? What kind of projects we about to do? What kind of events we about to throw? Like all that. Develop. Dang it! Why am I struggling to Twitch? Developer docs. Okay, we here. I'm sh- the only issue I'm having with my audio is I wish I could hear myself more. I feel like I might be talking loud. Make a black roll too. We can have a melanated roll. Not to, you know, make anybody hopefully feel left out, but like y'all don't like some people don't be understanding. I have in all the time I worked in software, the only times I had another black female coworker, a black female like tech coworker, it was actually when I was teaching at a boot camp. Um all my software teams, like I was definitely the only black girl, and most of the time I was the only black person. Like it's crazy. So, you know, I always loved my teams. Like I've always had amazing coworkers. But it's just different when you say some type of slang and don't nobody know what you talking about. When people, the biggest thing for me is people be trying to figure out what's going on with my hair. Cause y'all been like, if y'all been watching me lately, I've been keeping my hair locked. So I don't really change my hair up as much as I used to, just for the health of my locks. But even the whole concept of locks and having your hair locked and you know what all that is, like it's foreign if that's not something that's part of your culture. And then but I'm the person that's gonna have like afro puffs one day, then I'm gonna have some box braids the next day, then you know I might straighten my hair, whatever, like all these different things, and I could go through all them different hairstyles in a matter of a month. And people just coming like, so like did your hair grow or it's like, no, you know good and damn well my hair did not just grow 20 inches overnight. Like I like, you know that, but it's like you still asked it. So it's always like, I get that you are not really sure how you want to communicate or engage in understanding that process. So I don't mind, you know, it's something that people have questions about, but then it's like you just don't think about the fact that for me that's an all day everyday thing, right? I'm like I'm like, oh, I got my hair done, and then I gotta think about when I go to work tomorrow, everybody and they mama about to just be like, this is about to be a whole spectacle in the office basically. um you know, so anyways, oh, they definitely want to touch the hair. They always want to touch the hair. People always want to touch your hair. um and some people will just touch your hair, and it's just kind of like, am I a zoo animal? No, absolutely not. Like that's not a trick question, because I know some people be struggling. some people be struggling with society and where we live in society. Let me just make it plain for you in case you thought that was a trick question. No, I am not a zoo animal, and you will not be touching my hair. But yeah, it's just, so that's why we started Detroit Black Tech. That's why we have Hacking with the Homies conference and all the stuff we do with Hacking with the Homies. So Elliot, when you were I think you were here for the podcast the other night. That's our Hacking with the Homies podcast. So Mac and myself, we are two of the co-founders from both of those. Like basically, we have the nonprofit, and then from the nonprofit, we spun off and made the conference as well. So both of those we manage. And so this past year, I wanted us to have get more into doing some things that is consistent throughout the year. So that's why we started the podcast. But now we're about to get into conference mode. So we will be having the conference on May 11th. That's so back to my original process of being like, I got a lot of shit to do. One of the biggest things I need to do that's not code is I need to get a page up on the Detroit Black Tech site for all of our MVP developer stuff. And then so that way people, because y'all be asking me like, how can I like keep up to date on what's happening with the book? But we're deciding on our domain name and stuff for that. So we are going to make a dedicated site for our MVP developer training. I have been hosting those trainings live, but we are going to I'm going to actually go through and record all the material so that people will be able to purchase that course. If you want to purchase the book, I think we're going to do like a package thing. And most people who go through this training, they go through it to get certified. With the MVP developer stuff, what we're doing here in the Detroit like tech ecosystem is we are partnering with an organization called TechTown Detroit. TechTown supports entrepreneurs in Detroit in growing their businesses and getting the support they need to grow their businesses, even if they're just in the ideation phase and they don't really know how to take that next step. So one of the ways that we help with that process is that Mac is an entrepreneur at residence at TechTown, and one of the big focuses that he supports is this idea of the they call it the Start Studio, and it's the MVP phase. So the founders, it's mostly non-technical founders. 99.999% of the founders have a tech idea, but they're a non-tech founder. So they will go through Start Studio. Discovery is customer discovery. So they have to vet their idea by doing customer interviews. They have a certain minimum customer interviews they have to complete. Then once they did their customer interviews, they see what's the problem that they could solve, and then they have a potential proposed solution, right? And then they have their unique value proposition that they're trying to bring into the market. So once they get past that phase, then they go into MVP phase, right? So now the big challenge is, if I have an idea, how do I get it built? I don't have the funds for a developer, all these other kind of things. I don't even know what to look for in a developer. So in the MVP phase of Start Studio, we developers get matched with a founder, and we will work with a founding team. So one developer to one founding team. And over the course of 6 weeks, we will build out their MVP based off of, their discovery phase. After they do discovery, then they do MVP. If they, once their MVP, if and when their MVP starts to gain some paying customers, which validates the idea, then they will go into another phase called traction, which is more so about growing and scaling the idea that they have validated through paid customers. That's the overall process that they go through. But the big challenge was more so getting developers being able to work with them. So I have been an MVP developer with that program since it started. But recently, we always have a challenge where we don't have enough developers that are interested or have the capacity to dedicate to working with that program. And so we have started doing MVP training. Usually we use no-code tools in that process, because the whole point is the MVP. We're trying to validate the idea before we start, building out complicated tech stacks and you spent $20,000 for somebody to build something just to find out nobody wants to pay for it. So the main thing that we're teaching right now is Adalo. And when y'all hear me talking about Beauty Go Go, all of the stuff that I'm doing with Beauty Go Go, pretty much I'm building in Adalo, because we are still technically in the between MVP and traction. So yeah, we just had a training in November/December, and about 11 folks got certified through that training. After that training, because you can do the training, but you actually have to sit for an exam. So we certified about 11 people, and that is all in the anticipation that basically a lot of times, like I was saying, we don't have enough developers. So founders have to get turned away because there's not enough developers to support them. So we train more folks and bring more folks that are like maybe just getting into the tech field or have a tech background, but really don't, want to understand more about what it means to be an MVP developer. We train them and get them kind of onboarded into this world. And then we're going to start next week with a new cohort. So I'm excited about that. But next Wednesday night, and then next week on Saturday is our like big developer day. So for the next 6 weeks, I'm going to be working with a new cohort of MVP developers. So we will be getting a website for all the MVP developer, the trainings. I'm going to do on-demand trainings. I'm going to record on-demand trainings like in the next week or so, probably. That's my goal. And then the book comes out. We're trying to launch the book by the end of the quarter, so March 31st. And that is something we're going to put on Amazon. It'll be available and stuff like that. So, and then we also are going to highlight the different MVP developers that we have certified as well, just to give them a little bit more promotion and help them possibly get leads and clients and things like that. So that actually needs its own, at least right now, I need to make a dedicated page for it. Because if I make a dedicated page for it here, I can always come back later and, we can redirect that URL to the new domain that we choose. And then the other big thing I have to do that's not really coding related is the Hacking with the Homies conference website has to be updated. This still has all the 2023 stuff on it. And I've been hesitant to promote the conference at this point, just like across social media and stuff, just because right now it still has all the old stuff from last year. So I want to get the basics of this site updated for the new year, so that way for this year, so that way people can start signing up. You can start getting tickets and everything like that. This conference is in person in Detroit. I don't think we're going to do a virtual component this year. We are trying to get people, we're trying to get people to show back up in person to stuff, because we are at that phase where it's like we got to start coming back out of our house in a safe way, of course. But it's not the same. It's not the same when you go to a tech conference online and when you go to a tech conference in person. And the very first year we did Hacking with the Homies was 2020. We did this right before the big shutdown, and we got this is actually a picture from that event. This auditorium was completely full. I think we had 200, maybe more than 200 people at this event, and it was it was a local event for us. Really, that was all we were expecting. But when we had people traveling and coming across the country to come to the event, we were so excited. So anyways, I want to get the 2024 stuff up, and we are looking at who's in Chicago. Anybody in Chicago? Preacher said I was about to answer the question. Yes, Preacher did say he will be at Hacking with the Homies, but that's you. Okay, welcome, Preacher. Welcome. At this point, I don't care about the difference about MVP, MVC, and MVVM. I just build with what I know. Look, that's called MVP. You got to do what you got to do. But yeah, Preacher is going to be a speaker there. We already kind of know that. I have been having one-on-one conversations with different folks that are interested in speaking. Absolutely, those of y'all that are experienced in the field, the biggest our vision with Hacking with the Homies, our mission with Hacking with the Homies is First and foremost, it's a code first conference. So you will be allowed 3 slides. That's it. You can your and your 3 slides include your intro about yourself. So you allow 3 slides, and the majority of your content needs to be code based or configuration based, right? So um even if it's like, oh, these are all the YAML configurations for, like, our DevOps or whatever, that's fine. But your presentation needs to be show us how, not talk about it, not like, we had, this is a code first conference because we really wanted to emphasize the importance of just being able to have that technical material. So that's first. Secondly, the big mission for us is that we are exposing our community, especially to not just what everybody already is knowing and is already doing, but what is up and coming, right? When I was in the team space, at a high tech company, it was certain things we talked about and certain tools we used and certain things that we were even experimenting with to see if we were going to bring into our tech stack that it's not mainstream. It will be mainstream though, but it's not mainstream now. You know what I mean? So it's like we want those type of conversations on the platform. We want to make sure that we're not rehashing the same stuff over and over again. We trying to tell you as a developer, especially as a developer, our black and brown developers, like, here's what you need to know to start future proofing yourself. Here's something that you probably haven't seen in the mainstream yet, and you may not be close enough with some of the people in your team space or may not have that community around you to where you have heard about this yet, but this is something that you need to know about. So usually when you are a speaker, even though we come up with themes, it's more so, what is this? You probably know something that I don't know. So if you have an idea that you want to speak about, then I'll rather you do that. If you never spoke before, then if you never spoke before and you kind of need support with that, that's totally fine. We do encourage like first time speakers as well, but it's, we trying to elevate the black and brown community especially, so it's not like anybody else is not allowed. And as you might be able to see peeking through here, it's all different colors and shades and tones at the event, but it is definitely something that we're centering around making sure that the black and brown community of developers is supported. So I just had to say that and get that out the way so everybody understands, this is what Hacking with the Homies is. As you can see from our last year's speakers, it's usually all brown folks, and then our community, what do they call it, like not advocates, is it advocates? Our community advocates that speak are typically sponsored speakers. Not sponsored speakers, but those speakers work for the companies that sponsored us. So Ian, who actually pops into the chat here and there and doing some of our live streams for the podcast, he works for Postman, and so he came and did a presentation for us last year. And then Joe, he works for a company here locally called Integral. So Integral typically sponsors our event as well. So usually that's kind of what you'll see. Everybody else is, though, like black and brown developers in the community, in the space. And we're trying to help people grow their profiles too, because it can be difficult to get into get on a conference speaking circuit. I know that from personal experience. Let me see. Oh, allies. Yeah. I'm like, Alice? What is Alice? I need help, y'all. I need help. My brain is not fully up. All right, so those are the 2 big things I need to do today. I'm just gonna leave these website tabs open. At some point I'm going to be working on that. I just don't know if I'm going to do that on stream. The conference, the tickets for the conference are going to be free, but I think what I want to do a VIP ticket basically. So the conference will be free to attend. You can enjoy all all access to the conference, but then I want to do a VIP ticket because I want to make swag. We about to do the branding for the conference, so that way I'm getting jackets made this year. My goal, what I would like to do, when I'm trying to make sure we have a budget for it, I want a speaker jacket, and then I want like a general community jacket too. So I want to give all my speakers jackets this year, just to commemorate that this is our 5th anniversary of our conference. And just to start to showcase like we out here. So I want to have a VIP ticket that'll basically be like you'll get like your full conference swag pack. So we can actually pay for the swag, cause conferences cost money. We paying for the space and everything like that. And then I think maybe like a private networking session, like just some kind of like above and beyond things that we can do for folks that really want to invest in it. But just as a general, you can come, you can attend, we gonna feed y'all, all that good stuff. It's gonna be free to attend. So those are some of the things I'm trying to iron out as I get that stuff up and running. So that way, if you go and register, like I said, everybody's welcome to come for free and register for free. But we want to make sure that if somebody would want to like order a jacket or basically be able to get the swag and probably do like a extra training or something like that, then that they know when they come to the register that they have that option. I think that's what we're gonna do. So I'm just letting y'all know on the behind the scenes, because this is real life. This is this what me and Mac we just be trying to get all this stuff moving forward. But yeah, I'm doing good, Preacher. Thank you for asking. I hope you are too. But yeah, so what the topics we like to see, just talk about something that nobody else is gonna talk about, but it's probably something that you do all the time. And Preacher, you got a whole catalog of stuff that falls under that category, I believe. So like, for example, I talked about devs doing machine learning back in 2020. Mac, and our other co-founder Aubrey, we started a AI training program back in 20 TrainX, which y'all have been seeing as a podcast on the channel lately. I thought this was still running. This was running recently. Oh, there it is. So look how dated this is. You probably can't tell. I can tell it's dated because this was like 5 or 6 years ago, maybe a little bit more. But we started TrainX back in whatever year this was, 2018, 2019, to let developers know that, especially Black and brown developers, that this is a tool, this is a technology, how I want to say it, like this is a skill set that we need to understand, because this is coming to the mainstream. This is going to be something that developers need to learn how to do and need to be proficient in. You don't necessarily have to know how to build the algorithms yourself, but you do want to understand, like, at least at a high level, you want to understand how to use those libraries, or how to use those models, what the training process looks like, how to interact and deploy the models and use them in your applications. And then in this case, we were going a little bit deeper, and we were actually teaching about how to do the model training with these different libraries. So this was something that, people were kind of into it, but at the same time, at this point, AI and blockchain were competing for people's attention. And most people chose blockchain because crypto was so popular at this point. Yeah. We wasn't lying, was we? We wasn't lying, bro. We wasn't lying. We knew. We saw this coming, right? Because it's like we saw this in what we were doing day to day, but we also knew it wasn't something that people was typically talking about day to day. So that's why at this point we have revived the Train X brand for we've been doing a podcast every month. We just talk about different AI topics, but this will start to resurface as well, the training that we had here, and just building out more stuff for that. Is this live? A lot of the stuff that we did for Train X, Mac hosted that on like his own servers and everything. So some of this stuff, this link did go to the original project. But I don't know how long that it's been since this API has been accessed. So anyways, that's something else. But yeah, this is something we did a while ago. So I'm going to be updating the TrainX website at some point, just so that it can be, what we're doing now. It can have all the stuff about the podcast on it, and we'll start to actually just have like AI focused content over there. So now y'all can see why I'm like, I got a lot of stuff to do. Oh, also, like this. What's the other one? I know you see my heart. What else? Thumbs up. Come on now. These gestures. Okay. Is it another one I don't know? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Hearts, balloons, confetti, rock star. I don't know what the rest of them are. But yeah, it's funny because since I'm streaming from my MacBook, I didn't realize that the AI features will automatically translate over to my camera while I'm using my camera as a webcam. All right, so let's get into this off. Let's get into the off. I've been just having so much fun with this. I've been having to do so much with this project. I've been learning a lot though. One thing, so for me, being in this like more so independent era, in this solo dev era, being back in this solo dev era, it's very liberating, I will say, because I'm experienced enough at this point to be able to be self-sufficient in a lot of the higher level concepts that I didn't really understand when I first got started in tech. I learned front end web development, and then I was freelancing, but I was really, really new at the time. So like if something like author would have came up, I would be like I had to learn this from the ground up. And that actually happened to me at one point on a freelance project that I don't even really think about that often, but it was definitely a failed project. It was something that really didn't come to completion, and it's, especially now that I'm looking back on it, I can definitely say that it was one of those things where I said, oh yeah, I know APIs, I know how to build APIs. I did not fucking know how to build APIs. It's not that I was lying to them at the time, it's that I was lying to myself. And that's what we don't want to do, y'all. We don't want to lie to ourselves, okay? We don't want to, depending on what kind of experience level you have, and depending on what kind of experience you just generally have, like what kind of exposure you have had, you don't know what you don't know. So I remember I took on this project. It was a API, and they wanted to implement it in JavaScript. Mind you, first of all, JavaScript as a at on the back end at the time was starting to gain some popularity, but the tooling just was not there in the same way that Java has Spring, for example, or Spring Boot. So it was a lot of things that a framework would have handled for me that I would have had to handle myself. And these were concepts that I wasn't exposed to yet at a deeper level. So when it was like, oh, we have to do auth, it was like, oh yeah, okay, I get it, auth. And you gotta have a token and stuff like that. But then I remember when I was like, OAuth to spec. When I started getting into the nitty gritty details and trying to understand what OAuth was for real, my mind got a little fried. I can't even lie. I really wouldn't lie to y'all. Because I'm like, so you got these different types of flows, and it was just a lot of information, but it's necessary, right? So by me saying, oh yeah, we're gonna have auth, even if I only knew one auth type, that's a lack of knowledge, because only knowing one auth type, you can get yourself in the situation where you don't realize that not each auth type doesn't work for each use case. There's different auth types that works best based on different use cases. So not only was I going to have to be able to use auth, I was going to have to be able to implement auth flows. And I just remember that just being the moment where I was like, I thought I knew how to do APIs. I learned that I didn't, but now over the years I have had that exposure, you know what I mean? So even though right now this is not something that is first nature to me, like it's not like, oh, I can just tell you how to implement auth off the top of my head, but it's something that I have enough foundation to be able to digest and implement this for the first time, like for my own project, one-on-one. And so it's great to be at that stage, but also to be, that's one thing I do like about being in this solo like work, where I can take the time to actually sit here. I done literally, y'all, if y'all been watching for the last 2 weeks, I done looked at almost every single one of these auth flows before I was like, oh, none of these works for my use case, right? I done looked at every single one of these auth flows. I have used every one. And that's a learning experience. When I was working on a big team and we also did pair programming, I loved pair programming. Don't get me wrong, I really did enjoy it, even more so than I thought that I would. But the downside was that I felt like certain stuff didn't stick, because if I was sitting here with somebody right now that's done OAuth in implementation like 1,000 times, I would have been done with this 2 weeks ago. And I would not really have learned all the things I've learned having to go through, the process individually. So I have felt like I could take my time on some of these aspects and really understand them at a core level without feeling like I'm slowing down the team, if that makes sense. So that's one thing I do enjoy about this. But at the same time, depending on where you are in your learning journey, because you never stop learning as a software engineer, you could get to a point where you might be, like I said, you might not have enough exposure yet to be able to work through the challenges that you're going to face trying to learn a specific type of technology or technique. And you would benefit from being able to actually learn that, more directly from a course, from a blog, from a tutorial, from a person, than going through all the pains of everything that you have to learn on top of the normal debugging that's going to come as a part of that process. So, it's just different. So I'm enjoying this. I really am. I like to be able to take my time on this stuff. So this is my own personal project, and that is the beauty of it as well. Oh, I never actually sat here and listened to the audio level. That was the other reason I wanted to open my phone. Advice. I like this music. Oh, Jesus. See, this is why I don't be on the phone. I promise you. Every time I pick up the phone to do something productive, I mean, I was doing something productive, but I did not do the thing I was trying to do. I want to see the, before I really, really get to coding, I want to see the, that the audio levels and stuff is where I feel comfortable. Okay, it's looking real nice. I just wish for some reason my sound is not where I would like it to be. It's okay. I can hear the music. I just wish it was a little bit louder, and I wish I was a little bit louder. So it's my entire audio level. It's not just. And I don't think Macs have like fine grained audio in the same way. Sound settings. Cause like I have to get this if you are into streaming, or if you ever want to stream from a MacBook, Black Hole is a tool that I highly recommend for you. It's like it's a driver. It allows you to have more fine-grained control over the audio routing in your system. And so what it would do for me is, like, right now I am listening to this music. It's playing automatically through Streamlabs because it's a Streamlabs app. And I'm only doing it that way because I don't have Black Hole set up, so I can't really share my desktop audio through Streamlabs natively. But I had this on my other MacBooks. So once I get this set up, then I'll be able to take whatever's playing from different sources on the computer, and then decide what inputs I want and which outputs I want them to go to. So I can send different audio outputs through Black Hole, and then I can just output Black Hole on my stream software. So some people probably don't care nothing about what I just said. I do need to donate. How do I donate? Can I do that on another page? Hold on. I'm gonna put this on another page because I also just need to download this right now. Send a link to download. Does that mean I already have the link? And that's another thing. I need to. So I know Mac has been struggling with his streaming setup. Yeah, I must already have this link in my email because I would have done this like a million times at this point. I'm not going to do it right now, but that's something I have to get set up. So then, that way it will work out for us. Because like right now, if I wanted to share like a YouTube video or something, I don't know. I would have to do something special to make sure that y'all can hear that audio. All right, so did I do everything? Yeah, I'm about to down this protein shake because I need my coffee and I need some calories. Hi, baby. He don't even care about me. He be living his own life. Now he like, yes, baby. Don't turn me over or I'm gonna take my headphones out. Where's Shimiana? Where's Shimiana? Say my mommy tried to make my hair look nice, but now it just sticking up. Why you got your feet on my desk? Look, you wanna get your camera time in for the day? Cause I really gotta focus on some stuffs. Say hi. Promise you, he loves smiling at himself. Love smiling at himself, don't you, baby? Yeah. You see that handsome boy? Oh, you just want the snack. Okay, I got you. Here, you can have it. cannot have my phone. All right. You want to say hi? Oh, you wave again. You decided to wave again. Yeah. Big boy. All right. You ready to go do whatever you was doing? You cannot have my phone, boo boo. Funny thing, I bought him this little like fidgety toy thing, and I feel like he don't care about it, and I am going to steal it from him. It's supposed to be a fidget toy, but he don't care about it. And I could have got him one that was like a wooden block with actual, like it had actual keys and stuff on there, actual switches. But I got him the like actual toy version, and he don't care nothing about it. So I'm gonna be fidgeting with this while I'm coding. What's up? You're not gonna take a bite? You can't. It's not gonna go in your mouth unless you open your mouth. I think you know that though. It's gonna be nap time for you soon, baby. It's actually beyond your nap time. How you feel? You feel ready for a nap? You staring off into space? You here with us? You here with us? Yeah, he's tired. What you want to do? Are you gonna eat that or what? You ready? Here, I'm gonna let you play for a little while longer. Okay? Boom. Powers from water. Baby Metabite. Yes, this little boy. I always just say I did a King Piccolo. He looked like I spit him out. Okay. I don't know how that worked, but my dad, I look just like my dad, so he basically got those genes. Um, no, that's the wrong one. How I get here? We here. Yeah, he basically got those genes. So it's like it's less that he looks exactly like me and more that we look exactly like my dad. Wait, what's my? I'm getting notifications. Oh. Also, Dre, welcome in. Look at you. You've been coming around, man. I be missing you. You hanging with us. And I know you said that you've been trying to learn Python, so you need to, we out here, man. If you need some help, let me know. I just really want us to, I really want us to have a GTA server, GTA 5 server so bad. I just need to know how we can make that still happen, because I'm like, I know I can get into RP, but I want to build some stuff for a server. Like, that's what I want to do. I have some ideas, and they kind of flow into the character that I want to RP as. You gotta tell me, man, if it's a way we can, if it's ever an opportunity. Is that the end of the playlist or what? Oh no, it's still playing. Yeah, so basically, the audio is really loud for y'all, but not for me. All right. Got that done down. That's my coffee and my calories right now. Basically, what I've been doing, I have this protein. My protein powder is like a coffee version. So it's basically the same as like a cup of coffee as far as the caffeine. And then I'll make it with milk, and then I will actually pour a cup of coffee into it and mix those together. That's how this cup gets filled up. Okay, is it like a timeline for getting unbanned, or you just waiting to see how that's gonna go? I just keep my eye on the server, and I'm always looking to see if there's an update. 3 months left. Okay. See that? Okay. Okay. So you know what I'm gonna be doing for 3 months? I'm gonna be learning how to do RP. Let me know if it's something we should be learning in particular, because I'm itching, and I was just gonna start diving into some stuff anyways. So if it's something that you planning on us like using in particular, definitely let me know, because I'll be playing around with it and figuring some stuff out. But I got my main storyline for my RP character, and part of it plays into what we can do in like developing certain things on the server as well. It's not required, but it's just kind of like being able to dev on the server, I think would enable some extra layers into the character that I want to do as well. And I think it would be cool if in general it's possible, for us to be able to do stuff like that. Like, some of the stuff we dev is enables like the role play for other people. But we could talk about that offline. I know we got our server for that. Okay. So we are doing the device code grant flow, which is okay. Device code grant flow. All right. So with the Twitch token, you typically need a user access token. You can get an app access token as well, but the types of things that I need to do, oh my goodness. The types of things that I need to do, excuse me, they really are more so geared towards having a user access token. So the main reason I need a user access token for the chatbot in Twitch land is because if I want my bot to have its own name, right, and like show up in chat as its own name, then I need to actually have an account for it, which I do. And in that point, once you have an actual account that you want to act on behalf of, then you have to have a user access token for that account. So that is the reason why I have to have a user access token versus a regular app access token. And then therefore the next decision making process is centered around the use case of the different flows. And Twitch actually did have a spot where, oh yeah, here it is. I was gonna say they have a spot that talks about the different use cases that you might be considering. So implicit grant, you would use this flow if your app does not use a server. For example, use this flow if your app is a client-side JavaScript app or a mobile app. So if we go look at implicit grant flow, to get a user access token, navigate the user to the authorized endpoint. So here's like a hyperlink you could do, right? This is client side. And then you give the different query parameters. So here's authorized, but then you have specific parameters you have to pass along. So you need to pass along their client ID and some of these other configurations. You also have to pass along the redirect URI, where they are going to send the access token. And you always have to specify the scopes. So this is based off of, like I said, this is more so based off of somebody that's going to be in the browser verifying, but I'm not in the client. So then I can go to the next flow, which would be authorization grant flow. So this is for if your app uses a server and can securely store a client secret, and can make server to server requests to the Twitch API. So at first, this is the flow I thought I was using, and something in my brain told me I had a server, even though I don't. I'm like, I run my chatbot with Node, but that does not, like, I don't know. It was like my brain was mush for a second. So for some reason, I was just like, Node server. But my chatbot does not have a server. In order to have a server, I would literally have to, in my code somewhere, actually be setting up and configuring a server, which I have not done. So once it hit me that I don't even have a server, and I moved on to the device code grant flow. So this is for an application with limited input capability, or that lacks a suitable browser, such as set-top boxes, games, or Electron applications. So in my case, even if I wasn't hosting it on the Raspberry Pi, but I am now going to be hosting it on the Raspberry Pi, I just want to be able to get the bot up and running, but I'm not going to be able to like constantly, it's like, I can't like have a button in my app that points you to the authorization or whatever. I don't have a server that is actually able to manage that process, so I'm using the device code grant flow. So that's how we got here, just for the record. I have the list of commands and responses that I would need to handle for this flow. So there, it technically starts, where is it? I guess let's start at the top. So really the first thing that you do is going to twitch.tv/oauth/device. It's really id.twitch.tv/oauth/device. Setting the client ID and then setting the scopes, because again, like I said, you always have to set the scopes. That determines what kind of access your token is going to have, what kind of permissions it'll be allowed to perform. So as long as you have the client ID, which you have to set up in the developer console, then you can make this request. This is curl, so I'm actually using these curl commands directly. And this is how I'm building out my script. So the first curl request is going to actually send my client ID, send my scopes, and then I'm going to get back a device code, expiration, interval. So interval is the amount of time I have to wait before I can get another code. Then I'm going to get the user code and the verification URI. So the user code gets combined with the verification URI, basically. So this is going to build a URI for me that tells me where the user needs to go in order to fully authenticate. So it does require me to visit a browser, but it's just a one-time thing. I just, my script can run. The point at which I get the URI back, then I just either automatically open up that page, or I give the user some output and let them click on it, open the page, and then that's when you could just put your code in, the user code right here. This is the code. So when it opens up like this, I think if I remember right, when it opens up like this, The code will be already filled in. So all I got to do is hit activate. That's the only UI interaction I have to do. I hit activate, I authorize, and then now the response that I will get back would be the location, client ID, scopes, device code, and grant type. The device code is the big thing that we need back, if I'm not mistaken. No, not the device code. Yes. Wait, I thought the response contains all those things. Oh, okay, I see. So anyways, yeah, the device code is the big thing. Now that we have the client ID and we have the device code, then we're able to continue on and grab our token. So we won't get the device code until oh, I know what it is. We had the device code before, but we won't be allowed to make this request right here with the device code until the user has already gone through the the UI auth. So you could try to do this curl command like right after the other one, but it won't work because the user didn't insert their auth code yet. So once they have inserted that, then we can use that device code that we got. Okay, cool. So I don't have to worry about trying to grab the data that comes back from here. I will already have the device code at that point. So from the last request, so then I can perform this request. This request will return my access token, my actual access token I need to start the bot. It'll also give me the refresh token. And the refresh token will need to be stored or saved. So that way when my token expires, because I think from what I could tell, the tokens were expiring like every, probably around 8 hours. It could have been 12 hours with a time zone difference. But somewhere between 8 to 12 hours is when I was seeing my token expiring. So I will need the refresh token if I need to when the next time I need to rerun the bot. The refresh tokens do expire, but I think if I'm not mistaken, it's setting here the refresh token expires in like 30 days. Yeah, there's an expiry on the refresh token, which is inactive, which is set to 30 days. After a refresh token expires, the user is expected to start the DCF flow once again. The refresh token and access token can be stored safely in the user's device as HTTP only cookies. Okay. So that was a lot, but it's really straightforward. Here's the first request. I just need my client, the main key, value that I need here is my client ID. And then I would get back a device code. So now I will get back the URI for my user. Send my user to authenticate. Once they have fully authenticated, I can use the device code and I can use my client ID and perform this request right here. Then this request is actually going to provide me with my access token. This is how I can start my bot up. And then a refresh token, which is the main thing that I'm going to need to save for my next request. Now the refresh process is its own process. So I still will have to do the refresh process as well. But at least if my bot is like working at this point with the startup, this startup script, then I know if I if I kill my app, then basically I could just start the auth process over again from the beginning. Then I will implement refreshing later. Am I trying to RP or make a server? Both. Like I have an actual character that I would like to RP as, and I was, just gonna end up getting on another server. But I kind of want to save some of that for the server that we are working on. But as a dev, like, yes, I will absolutely be a dev. Validating, revoking. Okay. So I had all this stuff kind of mapped out. Now, bash scripting is not something that I do a lot of. So this is a good learning experience for me. Like I can finagle my way around some stuff, but some of the nitty gritty details around the actual, well, we should be looking at this over here. Some of the nitty gritty details around like the syntax and how to get values and things like that is what I have been kind of troubleshooting through. So, for example, this whole time I was sitting here trying to get, can I make this bigger? This whole time I was sitting here trying to save the token. Can I, is there a shortcut for zooming or what? Like a little button? Cuz like my shortcut's not working the way they should. Oh, it's because I had to do control shift. There we go. But yeah, I one of the issues I was having was that I was sitting here trying to make this variable, and apparently I can't have spaces right here. I didn't know that. So I had to get rid of those. So now, as far as I was telling, I think my last, what's up, baby? It's empty here. You give me that. You give me that. You take this. Take it. I think my last the last place I left off, I was getting an error that says the client ID. I was getting an error back from there saying the client ID didn't work. So dot Twitch bot.sh. Yeah, it says missing client ID. That's the error I'm getting. So let's try this. Let's see if my curl command actually works like by itself. Technically everything that's in here. Control C. This is my command, except I don't think I need this on the here. So it's really trying to figure out if it's something wrong with how I have the request formed, or if it's like, is my syntax off, or is this client ID empty? Last time the client ID was empty, but it shouldn't be empty anymore. Okay, I still get that error. So here's another thing I wonder. Oh, let's do this echo just to make sure this is here. Because it might not be Twitch. I don't know if it automatically sourced my env. Yeah, so let's source the .env. Okay, now I have a thing. Okay, and now that's working. All right. So now that works. So now what about this? We just taking it all the way back. Okay, so I still get an error from that. So something about my syntax is still off. Fairly confident in my syntax overall, but trying to validate what this needs to look like in order for the environment variable to be picked up properly. So one of the things that was supposed to be, reason why this has double quotes around it, is this was supposed to be able to grab this existing variable. So maybe something that's a little bit more direct that I could try. Let's echo the Twitch. That's still not gonna that's still not gonna give me a solution. So I was thinking about basically making sure I can grab the client ID first, and then save it somehow to pipe it into this command. But that's basically the same thing over and over again. The problem I'm still having is that I am not able to grab my value from here. What's up, baby? So one thing I will add here though, I will add a source dot dot forward slash dot env. Will that work, or should I just do dot env? Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna source that. Just remember to always do that at the beginning. I will echo it just to make sure it's there, because that seems to be a common area that I have to verify and troubleshoot. So this way I'll always have that verification for that point. And then now let's get back into the syntax of this. These are straightforward. This portion is straightforward because it's just the plain string that I'm passing along. I was pushing ChatGPT for some of this stuff. I don't know if I still have the tab I was using for ChatGPT. Let's see. It's not that one. Okay. All right, so the way I got all these windows, it would be on this profile. It's not that one. So then if I close those and then I try to go to that profile again, here it is. Haha, you found you. You tried to hide from me. How dare you? And here's the window I was actually using. See, it's so funny. I'm trying to like manage stuff on different desktops and I didn't. Okay. So this is what I was looking for. This is where I left off. You don't want it no more? It's hard. I'm gonna get you another one. Okay? You want some milk? It's 2 o'clock. I'm gonna get up in a minute and get baby boy his milk and diaper, and it's time for him to take a nap. For sure. Because if he don't take a nap now, he basically might as well just stay up. He might as well just stay up. Close that. All right, so the last thing here, let me just actually read back to this. So I asked, how can I save the output from my curl command in a variable, because my variable wasn't working. Then they told me the syntax, and then I was trying to fix the syntax. It still was getting an error. Then at some point it said, make sure there are no spaces around the equal sign. So I did that, and then it told me how to, I had to show my dot files. So I did that. Baby. See, this is why my desk, I'm about to get a bigger desk. Here, I don't want it. Why do you take it? I don't want that. That is my cue. Let's take a mini intermission. It's absolutely time for him to go to sleep. Continuous learning is important, y'all. Here, I'm gonna leave y'all with this for a second. Continuous learning. Oh, y'all not gonna be able to hear it. Dang. Never mind. I'll be right back though. Come on, let's go get your bottle. All right. This is the parenting moment where you're like, yes, I get 2 hours of nap time. Naps are rare in my house too, but when they happen, like I know how long he been up. I know how he acting right now. It's nap time. Whew. So I'm about to get some work done. Okay. Now I can focus too. And then I'm gonna handle my hunger. I like these Streamlabs playlists. All I know is um Twitch better not be muting my VODs. YouTube's content ID is way better. Um Twitch is like struggling. So I noticed that on some of my streams when I was actually using Stream Safe, DMCA safe like music, or I was using music that my account is licensed to use. Twitch doesn't like know or care. They just was like, oh, that's copyright, and they just muted my VODs. And it's like, yes, it's copyright, but I have a license to use it. So I don't want that to be happening all the time. But that's why you can always come and find the streams. If y'all want to go back and see stuff, you can always find it on the channel. All the VODs are there. And I'm gonna check soon. I don't think I've had any like copyright strikes or whatever. I want to put something on Instagram that we working. We working, y'all. We out here. We working for real, for real. What happened to my, here it is. That's not what I thought that was gonna be. Discord. It's about to start snowing again. Oh gosh. Yeah, let me handle my hunger situation now because it's about to get crazy. That snow last night was something tragic. I'm like, why is it? Here's my thing. I lived in Michigan all my life, and I promise you, freaking thunder snowstorms was never a thing. And last year we had one, and last night it was like thunder and lightning during the snowstorm. I'm like, what is that? Okay, how do I... link? Wait, it worked last time when I just did youtube.com/@meta dev girl. Paste. Oh dang, they got different font types. This is so fancy. And we need a sticker that says live. It was like a super cute sticker, like GIF sticker that was popping up. And it just stops, like showing. Should I do this one? I be trying to do social media, y'all. People don't even be realizing. Like, oh, you can grow your stuff. All you gotta do is post on social media. And it's like, yes, I know that. It's the all you gotta do part. Cause it's really all you gotta do. Like, you gotta be putting time in. Especially when you already going live. Like, it's obviously when I'm live, I can't also be trying to spend the whole time while I'm live actually working on content. How do I... let's do this one. I think I should have used the black one because this is a white background. See how something that's supposed to happen like in a second, supposed to be a quick post to the story, but it usually ends up really being like it's not that quick. But it is necessary. Can I do a hashtag OAuth? OAuth 2. Oops. I wish I could make a story template for okay. Dunzos. All right. Okay. I was about to say something, but my brain. Oh yeah. It's about to snow. I'm not gonna do that. Um. Oh, I was gonna say I wish on Instagram stories, I wish we could make templates because when I'm going live, it's like certain things that I post that I put in there every time, I have to do it manually every day. I wish it was just like a little template I could start out with that already had like my hashtag 365 days of code. It already had my link to my stream, and then I could just use that template for whatever video that I post for the day. All right, so ChatGPT, what you talking about? We don't need this no more either. Oh, it's about to be quiet time. Quiet time. Quiet time. He probably gonna sleep till like 5. It's 2:19 now. He's so quiet. I know he about to be out. Um. Okay. So, cause I want to remember what I tried already. Basically, that's why I'm looking back through this history. Ain't no point in redoing the same things over and over again. I'm not gonna say it's no point in it, cause sometimes redoing it will actually get it to stick. So you know, like okay, that didn't work. Like enough to where you know not to do it again. Um, Token. Right. So I tried it. I said when running this code, I got this error client ID. Now, basically at this point, and I said echoing out my ID does give me output. So this is where I am right now. Okay. So I have verified again that the curl command works independently, that echoing out the client ID shows that there is a client ID there. But at this point, I just had the straight variable and I didn't have any quotes around it or anything like that. So then they says the error message indicates that the API, I understand what the API is having an issue with. However, you've confirmed that the client ID gives you the correct output. So let's try a few troubleshooting steps. Quote the variable in the curl command. Wrapping in the double quotes ensures any special characters or spaces in the value are handled correctly. So that's what I've done. And then I can also debug the curl command by adding the -v to see the detailed request and response information. Okay, so I think I'm gonna add -v in there for that. That will be really helpful. And then it also says explicitly set content type. Add the content type header to your curl command, explicitly specifying the form content type. I think I needed that. Okay, let me see, because I remember that we needed to specify the URL encoding, but I don't remember if that was back when I was working on the other route or not. Yes. Is this the flow I'm on? Okay. They talk about it in the refresh token. Okay, I think I'm missing that. I think that will actually solve my problem. I remember them talking about that, and somehow I have lost a reference to the URL encoding, or maybe they don't talk about it in this section. Maybe the reason I've seen that before is specifically from the different flow. See, this is the auth code flow. In the auth code flow, it specified the content type. Oh, In this code snippet from the device code flow, it actually does have this. Okay, so I do believe that is truly what I'm missing. That is helpful. All right, so let's do this. Curl location. Actually, I'm curious now, even though I think that that's what's going to solve it. I want to see what this how much more information I can get from this output, if that would have been helpful for me to troubleshoot. So I'm actually going to try that out before I run the command again. Twitchbot.sh. Hold on. This needs to be like a little bit higher. I'm not trying to like, okay, there we go. All right, so we running it again, right? Ooh, that's a lot of stuff. So we running it again. It shows me that my token is working. And then here's the full output. So, ooh, the TLS handshakes. Oh, God. Ooh, this stuff make me feel warm and fuzzy. Like, it's so nerdy. My mic is very low. I'll turn it up for y'all. I think I'm just not, like, I'm going back and forth from talking low to talking high. Because I can't really turn it up anymore. But I don't think I was talking very high. So let me know if that's better. And welcome in Soil Researcher. It's better? Okay. Yeah. I'm like getting off. Today I am working on, I have a Twitch bot set up that I'm basically trying to automate the token auth process right now so I'm doing OAuth 2, and I'm trying to get this specific device code grant flow working properly with my startup script. The main thing for me is I don't write a lot of bash scripts, so I'm just learning like the details of like the specifics with the syntax and stuff like that to make sure it all runs properly. So I'm learning a lot about bash besides like the little bit that I always have to do here and there, just kind of having to work from the command line. It's a little bit different when you need to make an actual script that works properly versus running one command at a time. So yeah, that's what I'm working on today. Thank you for the follow too. Watching mashed potatoes and trying to find a chill Python Twitch page. Okay. I'll be doing a lot more Python for sure. But yeah, my Python is one of the languages I need to grow the most in, and then JavaScript is basically my main language. So those are the two for me. I have experience with other languages as well, but those are the two that I have decided are my two primary languages basically. A lot of my Python stuff is more so geared towards me expanding my machine learning skills and leveling up there. So I know that I'm going to have to do that process. I know that I basically ended up choosing to get back into Python a while ago just because that's a primary machine learning language. So, and JavaScript is, I can never part with JavaScript. My main skills now is based around full stack engineering. So I'm trying to keep my JavaScript. I'm trying to go deeper into my JavaScript as I age in my in my career. So yeah, you do soil erosion and watersheds. PhD research. Ooh, that's awesome. That's my goal, but more so I want to specialize in machine learning. But getting ready to go back to school to start that process of finishing up a computer science degree and then master's, then PhD. Have your first advisor committee meeting. Ooh, happy meeting. I hope that it goes well. Okay, you have to learn Python for research. Okay, well, there's a lot of awesome research, tools with Python. So I highly recommend there's a lot of there's quite a few folks I think in our community that does Python. I do Python as well, but like, you know, my streams are here and there. It's not really dedicated to Python exclusively. But at the same time, do you have any specific resources you're using to learn Python right now? I'm always happy to recommend resources. I do teach programming, so I'm very intentional about. I mostly teach in the space of folks that are coming from like a background where they don't have experience in tech or they don't have experience with computer science, learning to code, and then, you know, learning to become a software developer. So I'm really good with helping with resources that are in that space, um, and trying to get my materials up as well, because like I said, I teach JavaScript and Python pretty much. Where I came here, because I was gonna say, you have our experience. Okay, cool. Um, a lot of people are applying deep learning without the need for complex models. It's definitely, so when it comes to machine learning, my perspective is, even as developers that has that experience, right? Like you said, you have our experience. You can decide how deep you want to go into the stack or the layers or into the rabbit hole, if that's what you want to call it. At the most highest level, you could definitely be like, you know what? I just want to use an API and integrate that API, which is a machine learning model, into my application. Make your own chat GPT, basically. Just a UI over the machine learning model that they have over GPT. You could do that. Then you could go a layer deeper and say, I want to fine tune a model. So I want to use an existing model, and then I want to actually do some extra training on it to make it, to specialize it. You can go to that layer. Then you can go deeper, and you can say, I want to use a library or a framework in order to use some of the pre-established like training methods and train my own models. Then you could go deeper and say, I want to know and be able to implement my own training algorithms from the ground up. Like, you know, so basically, yes, I think it just depends on what your use case is. So like for me, at this point, I'm like, it's more, I can use libraries and frameworks, but I understand the core machine learning concepts. However, I want to go all the way down to the bottom of the well. So I want to understand like how to um innovate in that field, because a lot of the research, machine learning research that we're doing, most of our concepts are based on now, is really from decades old research. Now that our computing power has caught up with those with those practices and those discoveries that they made way back in what, the 70s or 80s. So I really want to be like matrix math, like at its core, matrix math, like how are we actually doing this training and developing this training, and I want to get to the theory of it. And so I want to do research there, and I also want to teach in collegiate space. So professor, I'm on my professor researcher like academia journey, if if that makes sense. So yes. Yeah, I like LLMs, but even before we had LLMs, I always loved natural language processing. That was one of the main things that I have followed over the past few years, since around like 2017, 2018 or so. I think I took my first like course. They started doing deep learning courses online back in it got popular around 2017. I think that's when like Udacity had their first nano degree for machine learning, if I'm not mistaken. But at the time, I was still relatively junior in my like engineering career, so I and it was it was outside of the scope of what I was doing in my day-to-day work. So it was always taking a back seat. Now it is primary. But yeah, so like LLMs wasn't a thing back then. It was long short-term memory. Like everything that was the biggest concept back when I first got started. Like LSTMs was a big thing. Now I'm very interested in LLMs, but you know, of course, that's just one layer. But I like natural language processing. I would like to get into some computer vision. I don't think I'll necessarily want to specialize in computer vision, but I'm very interested in how computer vision can be applied to different use cases outside of the traditional images and video. Because something that I learned over the past year or so, because I do a lot of machine learning study streams here as well too. One of the things I had learned was about just thinking about the idea that if you think about computer vision is basically just finding a pattern in images, in some type of graphical representation. So if you have some type of data that can be transformed into a visual representation, and you're able to see a pattern in the visual representation, whatever that may be, then CV could work for those use cases as well. So that's just something I kind of want to explore more so. LSTM is still useful? Yeah, I'm sure. It's just funny, right? Because it's like, that was the biggest thing back then. We couldn't even fathom, oh, there's going to be large language models that are the size that they are now and everything like that. I don't know if you really are into LLMs. One of my favorite resources is, and y'all, we got to get back to work. I got to get back to doing this. We got to get back to working on the AI ML hub, because when I was studying, doing more of my AI studies every day, I keep notes here. But this is my favorite resource of all time right now for LLMs, because I'm interested in the research as well. This is, I don't know if you've ever seen this. This resource here is basically, how do I open it? Oh. It's a graph of all the, well, I won't say all, but they keep track of a good amount. Probably not all, because it's so much, but it's all attention and transformer based tracking. So this little blip right here is the attention is all you need research. And then from there, there's GPT-1, there's GPT-2, there's BERT. Here's GPT-3, here's DALL-E, here's Megatron, I think. OpenAI Codex. Obviously, it has skyrocketed in the in the past year. Yeah, so I love this resource. This is awesome. It's my favorite. Just because it visualizes all of this. And then the guy who maintains this, he does keep he keeps it up to date pretty much. And then people can email him so that he can add certain things. But it's like all the big players, as far as like the big LLMs, and the different points in time where they get trained on specific data sets as well. Pretty awesome. I love it. And then it does point to all the different research papers and things like that, the blogs and whatnot. So yeah, like you can pick on Llama 2, and then you can see their papers, their blogs, and everything. So I love that one. I just love highlighting that. I love this. Dropped out my first PhD. That research paper was 20,000 lines of code. Push enter, walk out the lab, come back 2 days later after a fully done Soil erosion applied study, including graphs and stuff. Wow. Google engine, Google Earth engine. Okay. Yeah, so me is more so like the ML architecture. Yep. So I love this. Like this is helpful, but it's kind of like, hey, like I said, the thing I always loved most as far as like a specific like core skill would be math. Math is my favorite. So when I found out that machine learning was just like matrix math essentially, I was like, wait, what? That sounds like my type of field for sure. To get into the weeds on. So I'm slowly working my way down the stack as I move towards the PhD. Because I do believe in like a top down approach. So like a lot of times, if you start out in university, you're in a program, so when you start out in university in a bachelor's, you're going to start learning theory without knowing how to apply it a lot of times, especially in STEM. Like I could just say, especially in engineering, you learn theory and then you learn how to apply it versus learning how to apply some things and then getting into the theory as you have more context. That's kind of the way that I would prefer to take that approach. To me, that's a more preferred teaching approach for most people, because most people are like, you teaching me theory and I don't like. A lot of times people are like, why do I need to know this? If that's all they thinking while you telling them like all these inner details. Like me, I will always be like, oh, that's so interesting. I don't know how I'm gonna use this, but like tell me more. But most people are just like, why do I need to know this? Oh, okay. Like if you don't tell them why, their brain is completely tuned out. Versus if you're like, hey, here's how to program and here's how to, get this application running. And now that they understand how, then they can develop like a more of a thirst or a hunger for the knowledge to be like, okay, I know how to get my application running, but why is it so slow? Okay, now let's go deeper and talk about the architecture underneath. You know what I mean? So anyways, so that's the approach I'm taking with my learning process. I already know that they're going to give all the theory. I want to get into all the theory, but I want to have I want to know the context, apply it, understand where the gaps and challenges are even in applying what we have. Develop some, thoughts around what types of new things we could try. It's a process. That's my thought process though. Thank you for that, Ray. Is it Sergey? Thank you for the Ray. Welcome in, y'all. Happy Saturday. How was your stream? Please let me know. Please let me know. I'm over here on the tangent, talk about ML. But today I am working on this Twitch bot that I have running. I am getting the device. I'm getting a startup script set up to get my OAuth token that I need for the device. But the only issue that I really have is I know enough to be dangerous with like command line and bash scripts, but I've never really gotten too deep into actually writing my own bash scripts. So I'm just working around making sure I understand some of the syntax so that I can get my script running properly. Oh, this one I'm not even using right now. So yeah, one of the things I just did is I was able to see the output from this curl command, and that just was funny to me because I'm like, oh, I can see the TLS handshakes and stuff like that. It brings me back to my platform development days. I spent a good amount of time working on a vehicle connectivity platform, and when I worked on I went from working on one end of the platform to the other. So I literally went from working on the API team where we wrote the APIs that app developers could use to interact with the vehicles. And I went all the way to the opposite side of the platform, which was the IoT side, which was the device, or which is the cars, having the cars connect to the platform and managing the data flow back and forth. So even though I didn't have to know everything about the certification process, I did learn more of the inner weeds because we had an infrastructure team, but we had to really work closely with our infrastructure team in order to build the services that we built on that side of the platform. So like I learned about using message brokers and MTTP, and which was a protocol that like a lot of IoT platforms use. A lot of IoT tools use that platform. I learned about the certificates and the handshakes that have to go on in order to make sure that you are who you say you are, from the infrastructure side. So it's just it's always fun because I'm like, oh, I actually know what this stuff mean now. It's verifying like my certs and stuff like that. So at this point, I'm pretty sure the error that I'm getting in my script was learning Next.js wearing my new glasses, so fonts don't need to be as large anymore. Woo, congratulations. Wait, I could do this. Woo, absolutely, positively, without a doubt. I need my contacts, even though technically my vision is not very bad at all, like literally, but it does make a difference when you looking at multiple screens, and it's like trying not to blow everything up so I can read what y'all saying. Luckily for me, my code, I have an excuse to make the code bigger just so y'all can see it, but I need to get my contacts. Next.js, that's something I'm building out some more material for, getting way more acquainted with. How's that been for you, learning it? Planning to integrate the Twitch API and bot into the Streamer.js app. Ooh, so if you, what I'm using as a core is based off of the TMI.js. So you probably seen this one if you already looked into the bot and you're doing JavaScript. Oh yeah, okay, perfect. I was gonna say, Next.js actually has some really, really good material. I did a stream, like kind of like a workshop not that long ago. That was the wrong place that I wanted to go. Like, I love to see that my stream is running, but I was trying to go to my site. The last thing I got to work on in Next.js was this is the one. I basically had the idea to I gotta freaking here, so I'm pretty sure I'm signed in over here already. I gotta figure out how I do this. Like, it's free to see these things, but like I want to encourage people to actually join to be able to comment, and so I can understand where people are interested in, but it's kind of a bother when you're not signed in. But yeah, I did this one based off of the foundations. So basically the idea I had as an instructor was actually going through a live walkthrough of that portion of the material and like teaching a little bit deeper into what they were talking about, the concepts they were talking about at each step. So that was like something that I just did, but I want to do a lot more on Next.js. Their tooling is really, really good. But yeah, I really love the TMI JS if you just care about Twitch. Right now, my challenge is that this was easy to implement, but the YouTube integration is going to be a bigger lift. It's not impossible, but it's just there's not like an equivalent of TMI for YouTube chat. So I'm going to have to actually interface completely with the API and things like that. But TMI definitely makes it easy to just get the bot up and running. Especially if you already have other features you're focused on. You don't necessarily need to directly go through the Twitch API. So even though I am using TMI, the main thing I'm doing is managing my auth, getting and refreshing my auth token. Attempt number 3 at glasses in 43 years. See, that's the thing. Maybe for me, like my vision has not changed, and I know sometimes people's vision changes regardless, because like my mom and my sister are like that. Their vision is progressively worse, even though they always wear their glasses. I've been wearing glasses since I was in second grade, I want to say, and probably honestly since I was in second grade, my vision hasn't changed. So every time I go for glasses or whatever, it's literally the exact same prescription. Even last time, my eyes are like one slight value off from each other. So at last time I went, like my doctor just changed one of them so that they were the same, because he's like, literally it doesn't make you a difference, and it'll make my prescription to where I wear the same in both eyes. So for me wearing contacts, that makes it simple because I just have to buy one box of contacts. I don't have to distinguish between each eye. But when you don't have a fresh contact prescription, yeah, that's the only thing. So sometimes I'm like, I get tired of going every time because I know my glasses, my eyes don't change. So I'll just load up on them and then be like, oh shoot, I let my I let my prescription expire and now I can't order contacts unless I order them from overseas. Is TMI just for chat? No. What other things would you want to do? Because with TMI, I mean, I can pick up on other aspects of I can interact with other parts of the stream, I guess you would say. So like for example, here, let me get a token real quick so I can show y'all, because I'm trying to actually do this process, but let me get a token. I can quickly get a token from the Twitch CLI. Let's take this one because I have so many. Twitch CLI. I'm gonna show you an integration I have. It's really simple. Twitch CLI. Wait, is it Twitch CLI? Twitch dash. Dang it! I should know this by now. Oh, I found it. It's Twitch token dash U dash S. Chat read, chat edit. Okay. That's the wrong window to auth with. I want you to auth with this window, please. Okay, perfect. Got me a token. And I'm gonna update the reload. I'm gonna update the token in my environment variables file. Here. Oops. Control V. Control S. Now let's do node Twitch bot. Oh, Twitch chatbot. Oh, source dot env. What? Client ID is not defined. Oh, wait, what? Why is it doing that? Wait, why was why did I have a shell script out there? That don't belong there. Here's the chatbot. It shouldn't be trying to perform those commands, so I don't know why that was doing that. Am I tripping? Ignoring line 3? Oh, this child process and all this. Oh yeah, let's just don't do none of that. Oops. How about this? This is what I really need to do. This is what I need to do, y'all. Control C. Hello. Control C. Get checkout main. Get stash. Get checkout main. It should still have my .env, my same .env. So now, there we go. I think I authed on the right account. Oh, okay, let's try this one more time. Where's Jeannie? Jeannie. Yeah, because I'm trying to figure out. Oh, I guess that is in that folder. It's in the nursery bot folder. Right, now let's go and open my .env again. File, open. .env, open. Don't you know when you... Yeah, okay, I do have to change that. I don't know why I thought I didn't have to change that. That's stupid. That's not stupid. It's just ill-informed. Undo. Okay. So now that I'm saving the new token, source my .env. If you never used source before, that's what's going to reload that the configuration you have in that file. So all right. Why are you being like that? Pretty sure I copied the whole token. Did I? See, this is why we working on this, because every time I be go, oh, I'm so terrible. Bro, tell me why I'm copying from a previous run, a previous time I ran the command. I didn't realize I wasn't scrolled to the bottom. I just saw the output. So the token I was copying in is actually old. That's hilarious. That's not, but it is. It's funny to me anyway. When you moving too fast. Moving way too fast. All right, but anyways, yeah. So like I made a change to my .env, so I need to source it so that those new variable values will get updated. And then I know I said it was gonna work a bunch of times, but it's definitely gonna work this time. Hilarious. Okay, so I did all that just to show this. Okay, I did all that to show that if you go to use channel points and you do poke the bot, come on, you alive. I know you alive. Oh, I didn't actually do anything. That is part of the integration. So I have a portion of the so I'm still doing this through TMI. TMI more so helps you to establish the connection with the chat, but you can pick up different connections like channel points, you know, different events on the stream basically. So that was like the simple thing I had built just to see how that will work. So we can bully the bot. I was gonna show y'all. Okay, I'm gonna close the .env so I can show you. Hello. You come up here. This is the custom reward context. So I can check whenever this is I was able to get this specific reward ID. I can't remember the specifics about it, but I was able to get the reward ID that associates with that specific redemption. So then if someone, if somebody redeems that particular reward, then I can respond. So it's nothing, crazy, but then I respond back here. Now I want to do, I am going to be doing some overlays, like some Twitch extensions too. So I haven't gotten into that yet. So happy to share resources there as well. Anthony Rates Code. What was I about to say? Anthony Rates Code. Welcome, y'all. You write in the OBS layout and web technology, so the bot will be integratable with your own on-screen actions using the web tech. Okay, yeah. So see, we are all working on these different bot tools. Welcome in, y'all. Back-to-back raids. I appreciate y'all. How was the stream? I hope it was going well. Always a pleasure to have you, Anthony. 365 days is so many. But I was saying earlier, I'm like, it's way more than 100. It's more, but it's simpler. It's an all or nothing thing. I love the all or nothing. I am surviving the snow though. It was a snow thunderstorm last night. It was literally lightning and thundering in the middle of a blizzard. That's crazy. I've been in Michigan all my life, and these snow thunderstorm things are new. These are new. Last year was like the first time I experienced one. So I hope you're doing well also. I live in Detroit, y'all. So people that's like in the Midwest, we have this snowstorm that just passed through the Midwest. It's probably still passing through because it's about to snow again. It passed through Chicago a couple days ago. For people I know that was in Chicago. You didn't hear the thunder snow? Oh, thunder snow. I'm sorry. That's what I'm supposed to call it. Thunder snow. I was like, what is thunder snow? And then I heard thunder outside. The lightning is different. The lightning is different for thunder snow. Dang. I hope y'all wasn't getting blocked off by this ad, because I'm just now seeing that the ad break is ending. So you can read stuff from the context. Yep. You can read stuff from the context. So the client here today, for those that are new, again, welcome. I'm Meta Dev Girl. My name is Jessica, by the way. If you ever just want to know how do you say your name, it's Jessica. But I go by Meta Dev Girl or Meta. Usually folks just call me Meta, and I was Meta way before Meta was Meta, by the way. I am a software engineer by trade, and I also am an instructor, teach coding boot camps and all that good stuff. But I am personally on a machine learning journey into research, PhD, all that kind of stuff. That's what I am pursuing now. Getting ready to go back to school so that I can make myself a prime candidate for a wonderful PhD program. So if you want to follow here, you will see more streams where I'm just doing my day-to-day projects, personal projects I'm working on, a MVP developer book that I am co-authoring, some days I work with a startup as their CTO, and we are in the middle of like going to alpha with our app. So I have some co-working streams when I'm doing that. So pretty much anything I'm working on here as I get into enrolling in classes in the next couple of months, I'll have a lot more study streams as well. 365 days of code is a coding challenge, but it is mostly a challenge for me to spend more time in the community. So as long as I go live, then I have completed my process. And then I just, depending on what needs to be worked on at the time, you'll see me pretty much centering around my personal projects, my machine learning studies, and the app that I'm working on building right now, because I do a little client work in that space. So yeah, lots of JavaScript, lots of Python. Anytime y'all start talking about LLMs and NLP and stuff, I'm going to go off on a tangent. But we're talking about TMI right now because a lot of people, and is it Sergey, was let me make sure I'm saying your name right, was talking about also working on a Twitch bot. I'm using TMI.js, which is really, really nice. It's more so just like a layer in between that makes it easy to work with the Twitch API itself. So there are, in addition to being able to chat and pick up chat messages, it does pick up other things as well. So that's why I was just showing the, okay, Sergey is right. Awesome. Freaking ads. I was able to show that I have my bot running here. Well, it's running here. This is on a Raspberry Pi, by the way. So like, yeah, literally a couple days ago on stream, we set up the Pi. And in addition to the chat messages, which y'all can kind of see, here's the chat messages that's coming through since we started it. There's one channel redemption that's connected to the bot. And that was more so an exploratory for me. Just to see how that worked. So in addition to the chats, it can pick up what they call context. So I could see the reward, somebody redeeming a reward. I can pick up on that in there as well, and then I can actually respond. My bot can respond. So I highly recommend that. Today I am working on the OAuth for the bot, just because, as y'all saw, I just had to scramble for like 5 minutes straight just trying to refresh my token. So I'm actually integrating the token refresh into the bot. The code that I have right now, I wrote this code back in like 2021 maybe, and I thought it had died on my PC, but come to find out, I realized my PC was still functioning, so I was able to get that code, but I hadn't touched it. So basically, since we started the 365, I got the code from that computer, got it onto my new computer, been just kind of like just getting the code up and running, and exploring how I can make sure my auth is automated. Then I'll go further. So for my bot, the main goals that I have is more interaction in the streams, like more, more ways to have interactive like overlays and things going on. But the big technical lift for me is that I multi-stream. So we are live on Twitch. We're also live on YouTube, and I want to integrate my YouTube chat and my Twitch chat. Now, Twitch was simple because TMI.js, so I don't have to do all of the direct interactions with the Twitch API. I can use TMI.js pretty much to do anything I've wanted to do so far. But on the flip side, YouTube, I have to completely integrate with the API, and there wasn't like an equivalent of TMI for YouTube chat. So I just basically found that that's something I'm going to have to do a lot more technical work on. So this is going to become a much bigger project than it is. Can I show what's in the context? Badge info. The actual badges. See, let me see. Here, let me say something. Or let's do this. I want to show. So yeah, you can see. Where's my? Oh, I'm right here. Badge info. So like I have a subscriber badge, and then it has a link to which badge. So badges, color. This is my text color. My display name. Any emotes. If it's my first message or not, right? Because like Twitch you can have like the highlight of someone's first message, but you actually can check and see if it's someone's first message. I forget what this ID allows you to grab, because it looks very similar to the redemption, but I think it's more so just this actual message ID. If I'm a returning chatter, room ID, all that kind of stuff. So here's more. Here's basically more info that they have. I was about to say hi to myself. I'm like, oh, I saw hey. I was about to say hey. I literally almost said hey, Meta Dev Girl. I was like, oh wait. Many providers make it a hassle to do an abstraction for all OAuth tokens and stuff. I don't mind that, because the OAuth, it's not the OAuth token process itself. It's just more so because different OAuth strategies are particular to use cases. So in my case for this bot in particular, I'm doing the device code grant flow. So it's very simple for me to do. If I wanted to do it manually every time, but I just need to automate it, and it's very straightforward to automate, by the way. Like since I'm doing it through a startup script, all I have to do is run some curl commands and get the values I need. But like with YouTube, the challenge I have with YouTube is not the auth part. With YouTube, the big challenge is there's just no one has really created something like this that kind of gives us an abstraction layer. So I have to interact with multiple APIs, and so it's not really bad. It's just different. The tooling, the developer community tooling in the like YouTube chat space is not really there. Like a lot more people have built tools and things like that for Twitch chat. So with YouTube, the big challenge is getting all that working. I have to actually go in and integrate with the API, which is fine. But I also discovered that Twitch chat and YouTube chat are not the same. Basically, when you have and we probably don't really think about this. I never thought about it until I started getting into it. When you have a Twitch chat is just a chat room that lives on your channel. It is a long living chat room. So I could go into my chat room at any point in time on the channel, whether the channel is live or not, and I can interact with the chat. So once I have a connection to the chat room, my bot can stay live. That's it. But when you connect to YouTube, because YouTube actually supports you having multiple streams on your channel at a time, YouTube is they're way fancier with their architecture. So they have more fine-grained support, but that means that there's no such thing as one entry point into YouTube chat. With YouTube chat, you have to find out, basically from what the API provides, I would have to find out if the channel is live at the time. And then if they are live, then I would have to get the ID for the live stream. Then I can interact with the live stream chat. So it's a different workflow. So it's good. It's actually going to be good. But I thought it was going to be like, oh, I can just do a quick interaction or integration to like YouTube chat, and then I can start actually building out the features. It's really the integration. I have to spend a decent amount of time to just sit down and really work through the integration, which is actually exciting for me. Is it Eisen? Welcome in. Thank you for the follows. Oh, thank y'all for the follows. I cannot hear the alerts right now, but I really appreciate the follows, y'all. Eisen and Ref9. Many providers, I wrote a whole service that back in the day in PHP, but I feel like it's time to move over to JS. So there are multiple chats, yet one per stream. Yes, on YouTube you have individual chats for every single stream. which means like it's more complicated to work with from a bot perspective, right? But it also means that I can actually run, say, like for our Hacking with the Homies conference, we could run simultaneous sessions on YouTube. The same channel can have one live stream that is, you know, speaker room 1, and a different live stream that's speaker room 2, and then a different live stream that's like, here's our interview floor, or you know, our showcase floor or whatever. So they really give you a lot more control. So with great power comes great responsibility. Basically, that's the way I would describe it. Twitch is way easier to integrate with because like I said, Twitch, you just have a chat room that lives on your page, and so you can just keep an open connection to it all the time. So I'm actually really excited about that. And Twitch, so far what I'm working with Twitch, the token auth part is really straightforward. It's just more so I have been kind of discovering which was going to work best for me, and I also have been kind of trying to settle on how I wanted to keep my bot, like, you know, because it's growing. This was basically just some starter code that I tried out like years ago, and now I'm deciding what I want it to look like. So I just been exploring all the different flows, but they're pretty straightforward. And even in the I want to say here in the documentation for the Twitch API, you're going to get pointed to TMI, because I'm pretty sure that's how I think that's how I originally even started using TMI. So if you have TMI integrated, chatbots, getting started. Yeah, they literally recommend that package. It's a Twitch focused WebSocket package. So yeah, they just point you straight there. So as long as you set up, this is basically the same starter code I started with. If you set this up, then depending on which type of application you have, like if you have a server, you know, if you run it on Express or something like that, and you actually set up a server, then I could just do the I could do authorization grant flow. If you have just the client side in the browser, then you could do the implicit grant flow. And in my case, I'm just kind of running this more as like a command line type of situation. So I'm using the device code grant flow. Like I'm running it basically off a headless Raspberry Pi situation. And at that point, all I have to know is how to get my token and just feed my token back in. Here. Once I feed my token in, everything else works perfectly. Easy. So literally right now, if I just copy and paste my token, it works. But I'm not about to keep doing that over and over again. Thank you for hanging, Sergey. Thank you for the raid. Hopefully I will see you around again. And let me drop you a follow as well. One thing I wanted to tell y'all about, what was it called? Let me see, because I put it in Discord. There was another streamer who's working on a Twitch documentation project, and it is called streamerwiki.com, y'all. Streamerwiki.com. So that was Maddie Two Shoes, I think. Yeah, Maddie Two Shoes. He raided the channel the other day, and this is a project that he shared with us. So I do recommend that because so many of us are actually working on bots. How do I? Oh, let's close that. More features require more thinking. Yep. I hope I caught everything that was going on in the chats. But yeah, I appreciate y'all. So if y'all here to hang out, hang out. Last night I was on my some days I'm on my like lo-fi girl I'm on my lo-fi girl mode. So last night I was on my lo-fi girl mode until like 2 in the morning because I didn't get to start streaming really until literally almost 12. But before 12. So I started my stream at 11 something, so it counts. But I last night, like I said that I'm working on co-authoring a book right now, so I have to have like writing sessions. And I found in the last couple of days, as in the last couple of weeks as well, that the later night writing sessions work really well for me. So sometimes if you come in and see me in like late at night, most likely I'm writing. Because that's the only time of day that I can get an uninterrupted like concentration period early in the morning or later in the evening after I put him to bed. So that's why I was like, he went down for his nap at what, 2:30ish, about an hour ago actually. So then he'll sleep for a while, he'll get back up, he'll play for a while, and then he'll be down for the night. So if I don't get a chance to get my stream in earlier in the day, then I come back once he is asleep. So yeah, we had cozy vibes last night. So actually the point that I'm at right now, basically, I am working on a shell script that'll just capture my token and let me do the auth process, which is very similar to how the Twitch CLI works. Here, I'll show y'all the Twitch CLI, but I'm gonna scroll back so y'all can't see my new token from right now. So you'll be able to see a token, but these are not current anymore. So yeah, let's stay scrolled up. So with the Twitch CLI, once you have it set up, in the Twitch CLI configuration, you have to have your client ID and your client secret. So when you set up the Twitch CLI, you will do like a config command. You'll set the ID, you'll set the secret, and it'll just kind of already be there in the background. So now since my ID and my secret are set, whenever I run Twitch token -u-s, then I provide the scopes. It's going to give me an updated token. The response you get back from this, first is see where it says waiting for authorization response. When I run this command, it opens up the browser, and then that's when you get your prompt in the browser that says, do you want to auth? Actually, in this case, if I'm already signed in to the developer console, or if I'm already signed in to the proper Twitch account for this token request, then it doesn't do anything when I pop up. Now, since I'm signed in, when I pop open the browser, it automatically says feel free to close the browser window. But if you're not signed in, then it'll make you sign in to the account that belongs to that client ID. So anyways, yeah, you run this command. It opens up the browser. Make sure you have access, and then it returns your token. So this one I actually canceled out. That's why you can see that's Control-C. So I canceled that one out. This one was completed. So run the command, open my browser, and then once the browser happens, it waits. I don't know if I'm going to do that, but this one, it waits until you auth in the browser, and then it comes back. With the device code flow, I don't have to wait, but I just can't run my following command unless the browser authentication has already been completed. So this is a similar flow for me. Then it responds with the data I need. So since I'm running a shell script, then I'm just going to take the response values that I get and store those. Probably just what I might end up doing, Right now I'm using my .env file, but my .env has other things in it. The easiest thing I can do, I'm not gonna say it's the easiest, but the thing that I already know I can do is I know I can write the output from my command to a file, and I'm considering as like a MVP type of approach to just write the data back to the .env, source it, and then run the Twitch, the start the bot. I mean, run the script to start. I mean, run the command to start the bot up. So here's what I'm talking about. This is it. All right, so let's do this. I'm gonna close all these. I have to it's not gonna be able to save. Don't save. I changed branches, so I'm gonna close everything. Don't save this. All right, so we are here. Let's open Genie again. Oh wait, let's see what branch am I on. Actually, I know what branch I'm on. I'm on, where's my bot running from? Do I have a different SSH? Yeah, okay, I have an SSH connection here. I hope I don't break this by doing this. Okay, so let me go back to the Twitch token flow. Get stash pop, right? Okay. And then let's open Genie back up. Let's check on the bot. Okay. So let's open I have a Twitch bot. Oh, that's my shell script. I was gonna say I got a Twitch bot and a Twitch chat bot. What? That's my shell script. Okay, so we're gonna open this. This got a lot of extra junk in there because I started doing something completely different. I started trying to run the whole like curl commands, doing all the commands in the bot itself, and then it was just like I don't have to do that because all I gotta do, like, I could just, that's when I was like, wait, I could just run I could literally just run a shell command. Like, why am I doing all this? But I do have notes here of basically the flow that I had to go through. So really what I want is, wait, so if I did this, can I just open the whole folder? Hold up, wait a minute. Because it was saying file, so I was feeling like I can only open the file. Don't save. Oh, that's not open file, that's open. Oh, see, yeah, it says I can't open the directory. Projects? Oh, that's probably what I need to do. Because I never use Genie, so if I make a project, path of the file representing the project. The base path. Can I make this a project, or am I about to mess myself up? Okay, let's not do that. I'm getting off on a tangent. I can figure out that workflow later. Are you... Oh, here it is. I'm about to say. All right, file, open. I think I have to set it up as a project, and then I'll be able to see all my files at once. But for now... shell script, okay. The sun is peeking. It's behind my house, but I can see the sunshine reflecting off the deck. So the first thing I do is source my .env, because I always forget that has to be done. That way I can grab the most updated Twitch client ID. From there, I run this curl command, which at the moment is not working, but I think I know why it's not working. So that's the next thing I'm about to update on here. Afterwards, I'm just outputting the response so I can see. So I'm just basically going line by line and verifying that the process is working and working my way down. But this is the workflow. So I have to, the response data here is going to contain the URI and the device code. So I can get the device code, and then I can display or open up the URI for the person for me to go and verify in my browser. Once I do that, I can run this next curl command. So you can run this curl command at any point in time once you have the device code. So you have to have the ID right here. No, this one right here. You have to have the client ID, which I already have. And then that first curl command gives me the Twitch device code. So once I have the device code, I can technically run this curl command, but it's going to fail if the person didn't already go and verify it, from that URI. So that's why I'm saying technically the URI it gives me, okay, my bot is running, so it shouldn't matter if I start playing around with this. It's only going to be if it restarts. Is this the... Where is it? Oh, okay, it's over here. Good evening. Well, it's like 3:30 for me, so I'll say it's afternoon over here. Any mood, welcome in. How are you? What kind of awesome stuff am I working on? I'm working on my Twitch chatbot integration, doing some OAuth 2 stuff right now. Just getting making sure I can get a token and automatically update the token so the bot can run one command and it'll start the bot up perfectly. And this is on my Raspberry Pi, so that's why the interface is a little bit different. I just have an SSH connection into the Raspberry Pi. So yeah. Are you working on anything in particular today? Got any, are you interested or use any languages in particular? I'm more of a JavaScript and Python person over here. Okay, I went brain dead for like 2 seconds. All right, so let's run this. Client ID is the only thing I care about. All right. So verify that the client ID is set. Then this is the output from the curl command. This is more detailed output. I was actually curious in seeing this. Oh, it says content is multi-part form data. That's what I wanted to know. I'm pretty positive that the reason my command is still failing is giving me a 404 on having a client ID. Even though you could see, here's my actual, it's not really erroring because when I see the full output, it does give me my information back now, right? So let's go back real quick because this was all just a part of debugging. So if I save that and I rerun this, oh, it's okay, it's working now. So I guess at some point I fixed the syntax. Beautiful. I did think that there was a possibility that I was getting an error that my client ID wasn't set, but I guess I fixed that. Okay, perfect. So my response is now working fine, and that's great. So I get a device code. I get all these values. I don't know if this is a string though. I'm assuming this is actually a string that is giving me back. So let's see. I'm putting ChatGPT to work today, y'all, because searching through the internet for like me getting more up to speed on like this scripting and the syntax and the bash scripting was like not very productive. ChatGPT has been relatively supportive. Web interface for some Python functions and Flask. Also, okay, awesome. Welcome in with your Python skills. I love Python. I have come to love Python over the years. But yes, I'm doing this with the environment variable. So basically, the way it's set up in the project, it does have a .env file. So this is like line 1. I had to just these are more so debugging and just making sure these happen every time, because even as I've been working through getting this script like running, a lot of the errors that I was getting was more so because I keep forgetting to like source my .env or whatever. But there are environment variables set. The challenge, it's not a challenge, but the consideration I'm about to make now is if I want to reset after I get this data, the response, right? I don't think that I think I would have to do some complicated parsing in order to update the current values of the environment, right? Like, so device code is not a good example, but what's going to happen is once I do the next curl command, see here, we can go to the next step and I'll show. All right, so here's the URI, right? So now that we have gotten the URI, which if you copy the one that they give you, can I just control? Okay. If you copy the URI that they give you, it already has the user code, so it'll automatically fill that. I have to do that in this browser. Or no, it doesn't matter what browser I do it in, actually. So let's come here. So now I'll come here. Since I did it with the device code parameter set, then it automatically just shows. All I gotta do is hit activate and authorize. Just make sure you authorize it on the right account. Okay, cool. So now that I've done that, I am eligible to run the other response. The other curl request. So here's the question. The question is, it's not really a question, but it's like I'm gonna get a new token, and I'm gonna get a new auth token, and I'm gonna get a new refresh token. If those were the only things that existed in my .env, I would just overwrite the .env file. But unfortunately, not unfortunately, but I have other information in that .env. So, and I do not want to like do fine grains like, oh, let me literally parse the .env and update the file, update just those values. Like, I'm not trying to do all that. So I think I will take an approach where I can output it to a file. Ultimately, basically transition I'll be going into a way of like transitioning the .env out. I mean the tokens out of the .env file and into something else. That makes sense. I hope that makes sense. That's what I'm thinking though. Cause I'm like, technically it's a shell script. Like, I can change the environment variable. It's gonna change it in this environment, but that's not gonna I feel like it's one of those, it'll become one of those hidden, it'll become like a hidden setting, you know what I mean? Because I still have the .env file, but then after I start refreshing the tokens are really just gonna live in the environment itself. I feel like that could cause me some pain down the line. So that's just what I'm thinking about. But at the very least, we have made it further in the process. So now what I want to do is, since I'm this far, I want to verify my curl command. I'm pretty confident in it now. When I first wrote it, the way I wrote it, it could have had some syntax errors in it, but now I'm pretty confident that I can make sure that this is structured properly. Why do you want to do that? Okay, I can't make the window bigger, so view. I can't wrap the text. Excuse me. I can't wrap the text. Okay, that's fine. Search. Okay. All right, so I'm doing curl -- location. Wait, why? Oh, because I was saving it. So this is the token response. I probably call this something else, actually. This is... I'm going to say that device DCF response. DCF, device code flow. Okay. And then let's remember. I feel like I just heard that baby. I can't believe he... Baby. All right, I'm gonna go. He done with his nap. I mean, I'm totally fine with that because it's only 3:41. So that means when 6 o'clock hits, it will be bedtime. And I stayed up late last night too. So since my stream is already done, when it's time for him to go down for bed, I'm gonna have a quiet evening, chill evening. Okay. Plus, we gotta go to church in the morning, so I always have to remember on Saturday night that I gotta get up early on Sunday. Okay, so DCF, right? This is really the token response. Let's just call it that. Underscore response, underscore data. When you want to make a variable here, just make sure you don't have spaces. I learned that about syntax for this bash scripting. And then I had $ parentheses wrapping this entire thing. Okay. Now curl dash dash location. Here's my URL that I have to use. And then dash dash form. I'm going to put quotes around this part that has the client ID in it. It's like in JavaScript, we call it string templating. They call it template strings now, but basically, or like string interpolation, I think is the concept. So I can have this variable inside of this string, and it, because in JavaScript, if you want to do template strings, you have to do backticks, right? Backticks are special. Okay, so I'm going to use that. Then I always, that might be an issue. I doubt they would have it called scope on one request and then call it scopes on another. So let me verify that. This is the console on this. Okay. Token. We are doing device code grant flow. Okay, so first request right here. Second request. It's literally scope. It's singular scope. I guess because in this case now it's going to be an array, but that's okay, sure. I mean, it's not my API. It's definitely scopes here. My best guess is that they called it plural scopes here because you actually provide multiple scopes directly in this string, whereas in this response, when you provide your scope, or when you receive your scope, you're going to receive a single array that contains the values you need. So I'm going to try to put that in the back of my brain. All right, so that was intentional. Same scope. Device code, right? Okay, so now the Twitch device code is something I got back from the previous curl. So I have to figure out, I have to figure out how to grab that data from this response, right? Because if you in JavaScript land, you usually automatically convert stuff to JSON and you could just work with it that way. But I'm like pretty sure that this is gonna be a string. So I have to see how to just grab that value off of there. And then I'll set the device code. So then as long as the browser auth has been handled, then we can perform this request. After this would be to save the save the auth token and save the refresh token, perhaps by write to a file ? I am going to put this here, even though I don't think I'm going to do this. Update the environment variables ? Seems like I will have a headache if .env isn't in sync with the current envars. Okay. Write to file is an approach. Save the refresh token, save the auth token. I think these are literally called, I think that's those, access token. Okay. Save the access token, access _ token. Because I want to make sure I know what the data is called when I'm pulling it off of here. Okay, access and refresh. And then after I do all those, then I will run, I'm gonna comment it for now, but then I'm gonna run node chatbot.js. All right, and then something I have to fill in up here. Up here, my token response data, I don't need this one anymore, actually. This is the same as the previous one, so that can go. All right, so I'm getting this data back, but what I really need to do is I need to parse parse here. I'm not about to copy. Control C, Control V. Parse this. So as I parse this data, then what I want to do is update the Twitch client ID. Save the save/update, right? Because eventually this stuff will already be in the system if it's my second, third, fourth time running it. So save or update the device ID. Twitch. No, that's not true. Why did I say that? That's not true. I'm not updating this at all. I just made that up, actually. Why would I do that? That's never going to change. Oh, let's see. Direct the user to, how do they call it? Verification URI. Verification underscore URI. Possibly open the browser, but at least open the browser and wait. DJ, is it broke? DJ broke? Welcome. Thank you for that follow. How's it going? And what's your prime? Are you a DJ, like an actual DJ? I'm assuming, right? I have to ask because I'm learning how to DJ. Possibly open the browser and wait. I don't want to hear this. Okay. I kind of want just like night lights and birds. That sounds good. I just want audio or what I want to say. What's it called when you don't have words on the track? Instrumental. My brain is in code mode. I can't talk about anything else. Okay, so yeah, it's possibly open the browser and wait, but at least display or output the URI. Okay, then we'll have to save/update the Twitch device Is that the device ID or the device code? That is the device code. And I'm setting that equal to the device code from the response. Oh boy. Sneaky Fox, welcome. Happy to see you again today. How is it going? I be realizing I'm slouching sometimes, and that's terrible. I'm gonna set my computer up so that honestly, it could possibly be a little bit higher. Because I think every time I put my screen up, soon I will be redoing the desk to where I can move my screen without blocking my camera. Set it right and used to mess around with the decks. Okay. I'm real basic with my controller, but two of my cousins are like have been DJing forever and ever and ever and ever, and I grew up here in Detroit, so we got our own we got our own scene for sure. But I finally started really just kind of like practicing and stuff like that. So yeah, welcome. That's one of the things that's going to be getting set up here, like behind me. As soon as I get a new desk ordered, this relatively small-ish desk will go behind me and become like the studio desk, and then I'll replace it with a much bigger one. So my workspace, because my workspace is super cluttered right now. It has too much stuff on here. And that's even with me having my monitors mounted, my mic is mounted, my camera is mounted, everything's mounted. And it ain't enough space. The big thing that's taking up space on my desk right now is my PC. But I want my PC on the desk because otherwise I have to worry about the connections between the PC whenever I if I do like stand up. So that's why my PC is not like on the ground or on a stand. Getting back to coding, just finished watching a movie. Yeah, I'm basically gonna do the opposite of what you're doing once I get a little bit further along in this process, because it's time for me to eat, and baby boy just got up from his nap too. Then it'll be time for me to turn down from coding for a while. Probably not for the rest of the day. Or maybe what I'm gonna do is, I was talking to earlier, I'm like, I have some other stuff I have to do that's not coding related. I need to set up some different web pages on our conference site and our nonprofit site. So I'm going to do those probably later, but I'm going to take a break, eat, have a have a good mellow find something to watch. Ooh, this is what I think I'm going to watch, y'all. I don't know if y'all heard about it, but my sister keeps telling me about this show on Apple TV called We Crash, or We Crashed, something like that. And if you are familiar with WeWork, it's basically like a series that's based off of the story of the founders with WeWork. And so the funny thing is, she kept telling me about it, and when I went on yesterday to look for it, I just searched WeWork thinking that it might come up, and something did come up from WeWork, but what came up was a documentary. It was an actual documentary about the whole like WeWork situation with the founders and the history of it and how they had their financial collapse and stuff like that. So I watched it and that was super interesting, but that wasn't what she was trying to get me to watch. I was like, it sounded like she was talking about a series, like an actual series. So I did, after I watched that was only like an hour and a half, maybe. After I watched that, then I was like, I went searching again and then I found We Crash. So I'm gonna start We Crash today. And I haven't watched the series in a long time. Like I really haven't been into series. Like I canceled my Netflix like a year ago after having it probably since I was in college, which was a long time ago. That Netflix account was probably, that might be the same Netflix account I used to order DVDs on. Put it like that. Back in like 2010, okay, 2011. So I haven't been watching like, just kind of those type of series. Like I don't know, something about it. I do watch my anime though, but I really do want to see this series now because I feel like it's very interesting. I'm doing a lot more work in like this. I've always worked in startups, and I literally actually worked. I've worked for multiple startups where we worked out of WeWork spaces, and in my city, we have 3 WeWorks that's like right next to each other that just basically spun up overnight, right, like within a few miles of each other. And then one suddenly closed, and I was like, why is that? So it's just interesting to kind of see what was going on behind the scenes with that. But I think I'm at a point where I really want to see more of those founder stories behind these different companies, because it's different being like, I took on a CTO role in this one of the companies that I have been working with. So my mindset is just like, I just it's different when you really understand what kind of stuff is going on behind the scenes. So I've seen this behind the scenes of startups for sure, but obviously not at the executive level. So I don't know. Anyways, I think I'm gonna go down this rabbit hole of watching like startup based stuff. So if y'all got recommendations, let me know. Don't watch much TV either. Yeah, I literally don't. I don't watch like a lot of things, but I have certain movies that I really love. Like recently I watched The Matrix, like the original. I just felt like I was like in the mood to watch The Matrix, and I think I watched The Matrix multiple times over the past year. I've watched it like quite a few times, so I just be in the mood for that. I love The Matrix. I love what's the other movie I love I mostly watch the stuff that I do watch is mostly coding related. So I finished Mr. Robot some months back. I've been watching The Matrix over and over again. What else? I'm a wait for the ad break, and then I'm a continue my list. Let me see. The Matrix, Mr. Robot, 5 more seconds. It was poop at the end. It was okay, I'm not gonna go too deep into it, but I would say with the end of Mr. Robot, it was definitely left field. Like I think that they probably was always is I think that there was enough twists and turns in the story for them to not try to completely break our brain at the end. Uh, but yeah, and so hopefully the anybody that was watching the ad is back. So I watched a lot. I love Mr. Robot though, so I finally had finished Mr. Robot. I've been watching a lot of The Matrix. Dang, I just had it. Hackers with freaking young ass Angelina Jolie. Hackers. I love that movie. So I want to watch like it's like some, we got some like startup, like some series that's like startup based, like Bay Area type stuff. I want to watch some of those. I feel like I should watch the network, or what was the movie about Facebook called? I feel like I should watch that. I've never watched it before. Um, the Social Network or something like that. I can't remember. I don't know though. What else? What else kind of falls in that category? Cause I'm like, I really am very intrigued right now by anything that's like coding related, like something like that. Mr. Robot, I love that show. Or I will watch this. I want to watch that Facebook movie, The Social Network. Okay. Thank you for the posture check, because I definitely just had to adjust myself. What else? Even if you know of some documentaries, because even though I'm about to watch We Crash, which is more of like a reenactment, obviously, of what that was, is a dramatic retelling. Although when I seen that the freaking lead actors is Jared Leto and Anne Hathaway, I'm like, absolute, like at first I was just kind of like, my sister been talking and talking and talking about it. Then I watched the documentary, so I was like, okay, I want to go and see. But when I seen that they were the leads, like they're playing the founders and they're executive directors, I'm like, I'm absolutely watching that. So that's the next one I'm gonna start. Silicon Valley, yes, I'm definitely gonna watch Silicon Valley. I think I've watched it like occasionally when it first came out, but I never really followed it. So that's on my list. I'm gonna start watching Silicon Valley. He is so funny. He just like, okay, so let me write these down, because you ever to be like, man, I can't remember what I said out. Yeah. My desk is a crazy house of like sticky notes, just sticky notes. They all piled up, they everywhere. Um we crashed, or we crashed. I think it's we crashed. Social Network, The Social Network. Silicon Valley. Ghost in the Shell. That's funny you said that. I was gonna say, I think that I have to watch Ghost in the Shell because I've never really watched it, but I know it fits perfectly into that, like the Matrix base space or whatever. Valley. So I'm kind of surprised I never watched it. I think I've attempted to before, but just didn't really follow through. I know it's classic, like goated for sure. So Ghost in the Shell. All right, my little sticky note. That's a good one. I'm like, that's good, because with 365 days of code, I know one of the biggest things I have to do is make sure I balance out like downtime. That's what I would say, downtime. Um, but I'm just really in a phase where I'm like, for me, I watch a lot of YouTube. So occasionally, like, I'm not gonna say occasionally, I will watch, like, there's certain gaming channels that I've just been watching for years and years and years. So I'll usually, if I'm like, okay, I'm getting ready to go to bed, I might watch something. Most of the time I watch YouTube for something I'm learning about, but I watch a lot of YouTube. And then most of the time in the front room, that's technically the back room, but in the living space, most of the time, like, some YouTube Kids is on or something like that. Yo Gabba Gabba is the favorite right now. It was Gracie for a long time, and now it's Yo Gabba Gabba. So that's mostly what's playing like throughout the day. So I just really don't sit down and watch a lot of TV. And so when I do sit down, I'm like, I kind of, sometimes I'm like, yeah, I want to just like chill and watch a movie or watch something, but I don't, I'm not really into a lot of the shows and just like mainstream media right now, I guess you could say. So people be like, "Oh, have you seen this show? Have you seen that show?" I'm like, I literally haven't. I didn't think I was not going to have Netflix like after a year, but now I don't plan on reactivating it. My background, yes, I'm a full stack. I've been I started my journey back in about 2014, 2015ish, which is when my not this one. That's when my GitHub history originated. So yeah, I started out with freelance front end as I was learning some front end stuff, and then I eventually took a JavaScript boot camp and became full stack engineer. Worked in Ruby on Rails. Worked in a Laravel framework for building out a startup, building out a platform for a startup. Worked on the vehicle connectivity platform as a software engineer, versed as an API on the API team, and then on the IoT team. So when I was on the IoT team, that was like MQTT protocol, message brokers, and some stuff I never even knew I would ever get into. All the time I've typically taught, so here and there I had actually taught full-time for coding boot camps. I still teach part-time for coding boot camps now. So I do a lot of like helping people transition into the career, and then you kind of like leveling up their skills. So you'll see, like, if you hang around or if you come back at different points in time, most of the stuff that I'm doing, like my projects, the things I'm learning, etc., I'm working on that. But also I have podcasts and other educational material that I'm pretty much creating to help people who transition into the field or who are trying to level up. Like maybe you're a junior, you're trying to go to like get out of that early phase, stuff like that. So I do run some podcasts and things of that nature. Run a tech community here in Detroit called Detroit Black Tech and Hacking with the Homies Conference. I'm giving a long spiel. These days, as far as technical stuff, the main focuses I have are I do MVP development for different founders in our tech ecosystem here. So partnering with a local tech organization, or I guess you could say tech hub. They're like an entrepreneur organization that helps founders in Detroit learn how to start their businesses or grow their businesses. So I usually work as an MVP developer with a few cohorts a year. I'll work with one of the founders to build out their MVP. But I've been doing that for 2 years, but the company I worked with at the end of the year last summer, we hit it off, and in so many ways it worked out. So they actually invited me to become their CTO, and I accepted that. So sometimes you'll see me working on that because we're getting ready to go into alpha. Yeah, my primary languages are JavaScript and Python. It's like a speed dating, I feel like. My primary languages are JavaScript and Python. And my current long-term goal right now is to get a PhD in computer science, move into teaching in academia, and maybe ultimately becoming a department chair or a dean of engineering, because I have lots of thoughts about how we do education in the collegiate space, especially in computer science and STEM. But also I want to do research. I'm really intrigued to go deeper into research for machine learning and AI. I have been interested in that really strongly since like 2017ish. So yeah, I hope that was a good spiel. Oh, YouTube. Okay, so ooh, I'm glad you said that about Ghost in the Shell, because what was I gonna say? I have been, and let me see. 2020? Is that no, that's MMXX. I don't know. I can't read Roman numerals as much as I would like to. But I also don't even know if that's what if that your name is supposed to be. But MM, thank you for chiming in because I feel like I remember you. Long time no see. I know you've been around before though. How's it going? Um, but yeah, if you go on YouTube, that's how I was watching Hackers a lot. I think that Hackers might still be on there. The Matrix was on there for a minute, but now it's not, obviously. But that's how I was watching Hackers. Hackers might have recently came off of YouTube movies. But even though they say it's free with ads, if you have YouTube Premium, you don't see ads, so you just watch the movie. But they have some pretty good stuff on there too. That's how I've been watching. That's kind of how I got into watching a couple like movies that I really do enjoy. It's not a Roman numeral. LOL. Okay, I like, I'm just thinking this all out in real time. But see, the fact that you can tell me that those letters will have to switch plays, I'm like, it looks like a Roman numeral. But yes, I hope you're doing well today. Loves Ghost in the Shell. Hold on, I can't see. I see. Oh, okay. They have similar things here in the triangle area of NC. You came a long way, very inspirational. Heck yeah, man, I'm gonna keep going. But so that's what I'm here for. Originally, my main inspiration for starting to live stream my coding stuff is because whenever I have students, and I teach adults mostly, right? So whenever I have students, they're always like looking at me as if like, oh, you have it all figured out. They see like all these YouTube tutorials where it's like perfectly polished, and they don't identify with that. They feel like, oh, this is just easy for you, and I'm struggling, so I must be doing something wrong, or this must not be for me. So I always wanted to show like this is the real behind the scenes of what it's like to be a software engineer. It's not what it seems, So that's why when you come here, I also give people a lot of career advice, and that plays into it too. So when you come here, you will see the actual projects I'm working on, the actual like skills I'm trying to learn, the approaches I'm taking to doing that. And if you watch me now over the next few years, what you're going to see is how I am. There's a few areas I'm trying to grow in, but the biggest goal, like I said, my long-term goal is the PhD, and I want to be in a top 10 program. So I'm not gonna say everything I do, but most of what I'm doing is also in knowing that I'm trying to make my profile competitive to be, in a top 10 PhD program. So it's because when I talk about the fact that I want to pursue a PhD, a lot of people are like, oh, of course, if you have this GPA and you have you have some undergrad research, you can get into a program. I'm like, I know I can get into a program, of course, but when you are like, I want to be considered by MIT, Georgia Tech, like University of Michigan, Stanford, whatever. Yes, everybody pretty much has those things, and it's gonna be way deeper than just being like that. Just, oh, I just got the GPA and stuff like that. It's gonna be a lot more to it. So there's that. So anyways, yeah. Yes. It's on the Internet Archive. Wait, what's on the Internet Archive? It is really important. Is it really that important in America which university you went to, the level of knowledge they teach? It's so the level of knowledge you teach, yeah, relatively speaking, like I don't have to go to a top 10 program, but the type of, here's my thing. What I do as a teacher in the space, why I'm so passionate about teaching what I do, is because there's a lot of unnecessary barriers. Um and that's across the board in STEM. So I was a kid who grew up going to the like prime school in my city. I always been good at math and science. And when I got to college, I didn't even know that I could be an engineer. So it's really no reason. It's no reason at all. Like, I was literally the stereotypical kid that should have been exposed to STEM careers. The only thing that was really ever suggested to me, which wasn't like a downplay on but it was more so that, like, not a lot of people, like, I'm first generation. I was a first generation college student at that time. So not a lot of people around me even knew what engineers did. So yeah, I was never really even exposed to the fact that this was a possibility. I'm from Detroit, by the way, Detroit, Michigan. So um, when I realized that that was like a whole world of things I never was had access to, that made me want to make sure that other people know that they have that opportunity. So that's part of what I do and how I teach. The type of barriers and unnecessary issues that I experienced in like higher education really don't have to exist, but there's a lot of flawed mindsets. It's just a lot of layers that goes into it. And so for me, you know, there is more rigor. There's a guaranteed like top level of rigor that you are going to experience in the top 10 program. That's not to say that any other program is not given merit, but it's also this aspect of getting into a place of authority, so to speak, right? Somewhere that everybody is already looking to as like a guiding pillar and affecting change, right? So that's that there. So there's a lot to why I'm taking that approach in particular, because yes, I could just say, find somebody who find a professor that is interested in, having me join their team. Easy. But it's more so about being like, as a, a very, very underrepresented minority in that field and in that space, there's not a lot of us in those types of positions to be able to say, hey, right? So if I'm in some random college that nobody has ever heard of, I can be doing great things. I can be doing these great initiatives. We can be affecting a lot of diversity, but we're honestly, it's most likely not going to get the same airplay that it will get if it happens at one of the places that always has all the eyes on it. That's my logic anyway. So, it could change over time, but that's my thought process around why, to me, it has to be that, because I do, to some extent, maybe this is like kind of the story of my life, is being like, how did you go from that to that, right? Because some people, they really believe that the flawed like system is like that there's purpose in it, or that there's merit in it. And then when they see like, wait, you left your mechanical engineering program and took a boot camp and then still got a high-tech job. Huh? How'd you do that? Right? You're like a black girl from like a family that lived like a single parent home, like who went to like, how, you know what I mean? Like, it's something that really speaks to people when they can see like whatever journey you had to take, or wherever your background came from, it doesn't have anything to do with your capability. So a lot of times people have to, I've just learned that people have to see that personally. And more so for motivating people, like, you really do need people to break down the doors. And I know that I'm the type of person, I don't care about breaking down the doors, because that's just who I am. But I know that that's not everybody's personality, and I don't think it should be. So for those of us that don't care about putting some boots on and kicking the door down, like, let's do that so that other people can, come in and yeah, to me, that's more so my approach to affecting change. So I want to teach in academia, but I'm really interested in helping to solve like the issues that we have with, like, especially, say, I could just say for me, black students coming into college and not being able to complete their programs, experiencing different types of issues that nobody's solving for. And then you have the extra layer of when you go into STEM programs, especially when I was an engineering student, I could say firsthand, they literally say these are weeder classes. This is how we weed people out. And it's like, huh. So you teach the mindset that physics is a weeder class. So when your students are failing, you don't think about the fact that you probably could just be a trash professor, because all you do is go through the slides every day and you don't even know how to teach. You think, oh, 99% of my students fail, I did a good job. That's, so yeah, I be on my soapbox when it comes to that, y'all. So I'm gonna calm down, but yeah. Yeah, at a certain, there is a certain quality of accolades and networking capability. So that would be in line with pretty much what I'm saying. Like, if I'm a PhD from MIT and I'm a department chair at MIT saying, hey, this is how we should help more students be able to successfully complete a computer science program. This is how we should be able to support otherwise completely capable students who might be they might be first generation college students. These are the types of challenges that they're going to face, right? When I was coming into college, I almost didn't even register the first semester because my bill was too high to match with my financial aid. And that was because I was registered for like 19 credits. But like, why did the advisors have me register for 19 credits when you can't afford 19 credits even on like full-time financial aid? You have to. So then but I didn't know I could just the minimum I had to take was 12. So I almost didn't register, being like, oh, you're not going to have enough for the balance. And then it was like, okay, but when I went down to 15, now everything is good. It's little things that people don't think about. Or some students, their families sending them care packages and things like that, versus I had to work while I was going to school. I still had to keep a part-time job so I could have soap and tissue and toiletries and things like that. When I had issues with the financial aid system, when they weren't doing stuff on time, I didn't even know that I could advocate for myself. I didn't even know that I could fight the different decisions that they were making or the issues that would come up. Over time, I learned that, but I learned that the hard way, versus a lot of my peers, they're like, oh, their family is everybody in their family went to that university, and like when they have an issue, they call somebody up that works there, and like it's behind the scenes stuff that they do to be able to help them out when they're running into unnecessary issues. Or it's just so many things that culturally you don't understand when you are a first generation college student, and that's just scratching the surface. So I don't know, it's just, again, in knowing the ways that we really need to change things, and how strong of approach I feel like needs to be taken in that regard. It's kind of hard to argue with, oh, you went through all these struggles, but yet you are here now doing whatever caliber of research, right? Because of course I definitely am, yes, I want to do research. I'm not just doing it just for that, but taking into consideration that I want to be in a position of leadership in the industry, or in the, I don't know if you would call it industry for academia, to really have some authority in those conversations. I don't know. You need the visibility. Over the next couple months, I'm going to be helping a woman study for a math test. I'll probably have her watch you on YouTube, just so she could see things are possible. Things are so possible, so possible. And that was the other thing. I don't know if I said that, but it's also it's also the inspiration, right? Because at the end of the day, I know how hard it is. I just, a lot of stuff, a lot of my own personal character traits I take for granted. Like I don't care. I don't care. Like, I go through struggles. I fall down. I've been through some really crazy stuff. Like, I've been through some stuff. Like, but at the same time, I can never stay down. I can't. Like, I'm just that person. Like, I just cannot stay down. I'm sorry. But that's because that's the type of person that I am. So, I don't care about having to struggle through things, just because I know that not only am I doing it for myself, but it's a motivation to other people to see, like, it's possible. If you push through, it's definitely possible. So, when it comes to my teaching and my inspiration in teaching, and you could notice, like, some of the initiatives that I'm a part of is very much that. And I even come from a city that's very, we catch a lot of flack. Like, being from Detroit, you catch a lot of flack. People make all kinds of assumptions about you, and it's just okay. But I'm still gonna show you. So, and math is my favorite subject, by the way. And it's funny that you mentioned that, because even though I don't talk a lot about math now, I have to get back into a lot of higher level math, just going back into my programs. And I was like, I think as I'm starting to, because I make more so programming resources, but I think I might be leaning into making some math resources too, as I get back into that, because I have to redo my whole calc series. Like, I haven't been in college for more than 5 years, so I have to I think 2015 is the last year I was in college. Because this is when I was doing my boot camp right here. So yeah, this is too many years for my calc credits and linear and DiffyQ. And even if I didn't have to retake those, I would still retake them anyways, just because of the fact that I am getting into machine learning, and the like linear algebra and stuff like that. That is the foundations for machine learning theory, or I should say at least the different architectures that we use now, the different patterns that we use now. So I would be doing that anyway, but it's a good excuse for me. But even with math, it's like, I swear I have always been good at math, but but a lot of times people will be like, oh, you're just good at math. And I'm like, I promise you that it's mostly because I've always had good math teachers. Always. Every math teacher I ever had was amazing. Every math teacher I had taught concepts and not shortcuts. And even if we learned quote unquote shortcuts, we learned why that shortcut works, right? So math is incremental. The learning is incremental. So if you fall off from the foundation at any point in time, but you're still being passed on in the grades, then you start to struggle. If you don't understand basic multiplication, then how are you going to multiply large numbers? How are you going, like, it's just not going to happen. You know what I mean? So, yeah, math has just been on my mind, because I was like, maybe as I'm going through that, I will be making more materials, because it's the STEM subjects. Math has always been one for me, but I always had good math teachers, so I got a really great math foundation throughout my life. I love math though, but also, so yeah, good luck with that tutoring as well. I'll be working with deeply failed. Yeah, a lot of people. I'm in a city where it's like most of us are getting failed by the education system. Most of us. I was because I went to public school, so I was lucky. I'm not even gonna say lucky. I was blessed in a lot of ways. Like I said, I never had a bad math teacher. Over 12 years in school, I never had a bad math teacher. My math teachers were always the best. The like literally the best. And in the different schools I went to, I'm not saying that there wasn't bad math teachers. I never had a bad math teacher. So, but it was a lot of like that had to be I can't say that was luck because I went through 12 years of public school in a system where people don't really get the basics out of it and still was able to get all the foundations I needed. So I can't say that's luck, but yeah, it's easy to get failed. It's so easy to get failed. And some people don't care. A lot of people don't care actually. So, but y'all see, that's where my inspiration is coming from. 3 Blue 1 Brown has an awesome playlist for linear. Yeah, there is some really good math resources on YouTube. I also love Khan Academy for their math material because they have some really they have pretty much everything you could need for collegiate math. But yeah, when I was going to school for mechanical engineering before I got into software. So when I was in school then, I already took Calc 1, Calc 2, Calc 3, linear algebra, differential equations, physics. I took, of course, the other like cores, but I already took all those requirements, but I still have to redo them because it's been so long, so I'm going to but I would redo them anyways, just because that all of that is not necessary for computer science. Like a fraction of that is necessary for computer science, but because of my particular specialization, I'm like, no, I want every single ounce of my fundamental math to be fresh, because once I go into theory, theory, I need to I do not need to be struggling to be like, wait, how do you multiply two matrices together? Like, no. So I'm excited about that. So like I'll be doing different when I'm doing study streams. That's the kind of stuff I'm going to be working on. And if y'all want to know what approach I'm taking to school, while baby boy is still little, I will be doing this program. So Western Governors University, computer science. And this is self-paced for the most part, honestly, which to me is very ideal because I've had so much experience, because I really technically only have a year left of, if I was to go back to my mechanical engineering program, I would like something that I can accelerate through the stuff I already know. So I'll take a step back. I will complete as many of my, because I'm going to start my degree from the ground up, basically. Sophia Learning.org. Okay. So I will complete as many of my like prereq classes as I could get transfer credits for from Sophia and study. So like my gen ed classes, basically the stuff that I know I already took in the past, I'm going to do this for a couple of months. So I could transfer in those baseline credits that I know I can do. Yep. Then, because I want y'all to know, I'm saying this out loud. This exact process is already planned, so you can see when it work. It's all about a strategy. Then WGU, because I can get a lot of my, like I said, I can get a lot of my gen ed stuff that I really already have experience in, that I can test out of, basically. I'm going to get that done. Then I'm going to finish up the requirements I have here. Depending on how much I go heads down on this program, I I don't plan on this taking long. This phase is not going to take long. So then I will be going to the next deadline to OMSCS should be in August, I think. I think the next deadline to Georgia Tech OMSCS. OMSCS is Online Masters of Computer Science. Very, very, very acknowledged online program. Also, Georgia Tech is a top 10 computer science program in general. So, and it's very affordable. They've been doing this since before, people started accepting online as a valid way of, having a STEM degree. So they actually are industry leaders if you haven't ever heard of their program before. But I'm doing this program very strategically as well, because to me, before I try to jump into a PhD, I need to, even if it's just mentally preparing myself, I think I really need exposure to the rigor. Because even though somebody did ask the question, is it such a big difference between like a top 10 program versus like just any other university you could go to? Sometimes the caliber of expectation that you have to meet can be shaky here and there in different programs. Versus when you have a top tier program, it's way less likely that you get to skate by, if I'm being honest. Like, some people say C's get degrees, right? But when you go to grad school, when you go to PhD, ain't no such thing as a C. You get a C, you don't go to school here no more, basically. So before I would, even though I could technically get accepted into like a PhD program out of a bachelor's program, I wouldn't do that to myself. I wouldn't set myself up for that. I just wouldn't, because I think it'll be too drastic of a shift. Because I haven't been in school for a very long time. So also, Georgia Tech's program is just highly recommended across the board. It's the same program that they do on campus, but it's just significantly cheaper, and this will give me more time to be remote and be able to be at home with my son and all that kind of stuff as I am preparing for PhD. This will also kind of remove any questions in my candidacy as a student, being somebody that left school and is coming back, because Georgia Tech program is just, it is what it is. So whether I get through this material or not, it's just definitely is going to be a showcase to whether I can handle the rigor in PhD. So that's another thing that I'm considering there. I want to see if there's anything else. Okay, so this program takes at least 2 years full time, at least. But if you only go in the fall and the winter, it's going to take 3 years. So the next deadline to apply is in August. They accept applications. They do starts twice a year now. So you can apply in March or you can apply in August. So if I apply in August, then I am accepted there, then I can start in January. If I'm not ready to apply in August, then I'm going to apply in March. But that's basically the plan for this year. Then this is 2 to 3 years, depending on how much load I can personally take and what else I have going on. I definitely plan on doing this full time, in the sense that I will be taking a full-time load on those classes. But whether or not I take summers off is really just gonna depend on how, because it's a long haul, right? So I don't want to burn myself out in masters knowing that it's a means to an end. But I think this would be like a prime transition period to, as I get towards the end of this program, that's when I would start looking at like starting my applications for PhD programs. And then personally, right, on a professional level, like I'm showcasing I'm working a lot more on showcasing my personal brand a technical as a technical leader, as an educator, as someone that's been in the field, right? And as I'm learning the things that I'm learning, I'm making sure that that's very evident in the output that I'm able to create, whether it's content, whether it's projects, whether it's different roles that I hold. Everything is pointing towards the PhD. So yeah, now when it comes to the actual PhD programs, it really more so, like, even though yes, I'm like, okay, I want to be in a top 10 program, even top 20, like it's not like it's not so set in stone, but it's just saying it has to be in that arena, because I want the rigor of that and I want the status of that. I want to do it for myself, really. So but I can't say which school I would want to go to, because I have to pick a area of research first, because really the school that you will have to go to it has to be based on what type of research is done and who has room in their labs for that. So I could say I want to go to Georgia Tech for a PhD, but if I decide that I want to do something that no Georgia Tech labs are doing at the time, even they're not even going to accept me if my if my research doesn't align with anybody. They're not going to be like, okay, we really just like you, so even though there's nobody for you to work with, we're just going to accept you. That's not how that works. So that's the plan, y'all. We 4:44 p.m. January 13th, 2024. Y'all heard it here. So you can see, keep checking in with me, and y'all can help hold me accountable. That's what I like about streaming. Another streamer got a degree from there and felt it didn't really prepare her for working as a dev, so now she's doing a slow-paced boot camp. Yeah, I think it's just college doesn't prepare people for being devs. So I can't say it's WGU. The reason why boot camps are a thing is because computer science programs were notoriously not producing functional developers. Because when you go to a computer science program, you learn theory, and you may or may not be getting taught like tools and frameworks that are actually relevant to the current tech stacks, right? So the foundation is good, but the reason why I'm doing the computer science program is because I need the theory. And I'm going, so being in the academia, theory, it's a good theory base. That's very intentional. But yes, it does not surprise me that someone had a hard time becoming a dev coming out of any computer science program. That's literally why boot camps were able to become so popular, because it was like, we can literally train, right? Because when the boot camp that I worked for, I started working there in 2014. That was when boot camps were just becoming a thing. It was not really commonly accepted. The only place it was really commonly accepted at that point was in the Bay. That's where it was kind of coming from. And even then, though, the concept was kind of interesting because people couldn't understand, like, why none of the computer science grads that we hired can actually sit down and like work on a project when we hire them, but yet at the same time you could put somebody in a full-time 3-month boot camp, because back then it was just 3 months full-time. The company I worked at, 3 months full-time, and you could put them down on day one and they can actually be functional, because that's not what they teach in the university. And that's a whole nother thing that is, that I have a lot of opinions about. But if you kind of be honest about it, a lot of computer science instructors, they're researchers. Like I could say from the school I went to, right? Wayne State is a research university. The professors are researchers. They're not in the field. We actually, in the engineering department, we actually did have a few like part-time, like adjunct professors, and they were like they still worked full-time in the industry, right? Like when I was a mechanical engineering student, I had a manufacturing teacher who actually worked in manufacturing, right? Mechanics teacher that actually worked in manufacturing. But most of the instructors in the university, they're from academia. Some of them never been in industry before. So yeah, they don't even know how to use version control, and you think that they're going to tell the kids that that's what they need to know. No, they're not going to. So yeah, hydrate, posture check. All right, I got some ancient water on my desk. It's just water though, so yeah, it's literally just water. Wizard of Datums, thank you for that follow. Welcome to me being on my soapbox. But yeah, we just talking. This is, it's strategic, man. It's strategic. Okay, yeah. OMSCS at Georgia Tech has been around for 10 years now. I think they literally just celebrated their um 10 years of their program. So this program is like, this is see, this is the type of stuff I'm trying to talk about. Before the pandemic, it was literally looked down on to go to an online program, at least in the US. Then during the pandemic, everybody's programs had to be online. So now it's so much more accepted culturally. Before, so many you couldn't even do a computer science program online. I promise you, because I looked into this so many times when I wanted to go back to school. Because when I left school, I never planned to not go back. But I had been in school for a while. I was really burnt out, and I had my 6-figure job. Like, that was the point of going to school. I got to pay these student loans off now. So I did need a break, but I never intended to take as long of a break as I did. It was just kind of like, I'm not, like, it's hard to go back and be work full time and then try to fit the classes in, and you have to go in person and all of that. I promise you, there was none of this. But you have Georgia Tech, who is a top 10 program, come out and make an online master's of computer science. They did this 10 years ago. That was trailblazing. That was shifting the whole paradigm, because if Georgia Tech, like, you know what I mean? They have so much clout, so to speak. They have so much authority in that space that who's about to argue with them about that? And they're showing the success of it. And the only thing I would tell you about the online masters with Georgia Tech is, the biggest mistake a lot of people would end up making is thinking like, oh, they just gonna be able to do the bare minimum and get that degree. Like, it's still a Georgia Tech degree. So let it be known, that is one of the reasons why, in particular, this is the program that I want to do to prepare myself for a PhD, because it is a Georgia Tech degree. Like, I'm gonna have to work for it. Okay, so when y'all see me a year from now, and we about to sign on for classes, and I'm like, help me, I need some encouragement, you gonna see me struggling. Like, it's the real deal. But that's exactly what I'm looking for. But yes, that's the only biggest thing that people struggle with in this program. They're like thinking, oh, you just gonna sign on the Zoom and do the bare, forget, not like, no, you need to have dedicated study time. Like, you're going to be a computer science master's student at Georgia Tech, and you're not going to be on campus where you are engulfed in that culture. You're going to be in your day-to-day life where you have to turn off from work, turn off from everything else that's going on, and still put in that full-time effort. So that's the only thing I would say about that. We had talked about this the other day, and someone brought up that another school that has been doing this for years is the Harvard Extension. But the only thing about Harvard Extension, at least in the past, is that Harvard Extension school was its own school. So when you get a degree, it's a Harvard degree, but it's from it's from a different school. It's just kind of like here at Wayne State. It was like, if you got a degree from I mean, not Wayne State, U of M. If U of M has different campuses and they're effectively different schools, right? Just like UC, you got University of California, but you got UC Berkeley and UCLA and all that, right? They're independent schools. So you went to UCLA or you went to UC Berkeley, you got a degree from, right? So I didn't like, I don't know if they've changed it over the years. I didn't like that at one point. It was like, if I got a degree from Extension, then it's going to say Extension. Because again, at this point, before the pandemic, basically everybody looks down on online degrees. So it was like, oh, you got the degree, but it was from. But with all that to the side, Harvard Extension School is also one of the schools that has really put forward, they really moved forward in that same regard as Georgia Tech. And so when we were talking about it a couple of days ago, we went to look in here and see, and I saw that they do have a computer science program now for Harvard Extension. So it's the same thing, like the idea of, how much is it going to cost? Is significantly cheaper than it is to do an in-person program. And but it's still the height of one of the highest calibers that you could really be looking for. But they have their rates and everything here. They do have let me see, undergraduate. Before, I don't think there was a computer science program, but as we were looking through it, pretty sure I saw that they had a I know I didn't make that up. I went through this and looked through this, and I had found the it was the masters. That's what we was talking about. Never mind. Yes, they have computer science masters. But if you take their computer science masters, I think it's still more expensive than Georgia Tech, because it's $3,000 per course. And you have to take 12 courses, but still relatively cheap. It's not fully online. You have to take a 3-week summer course that preps you for your capstone. I think it's the pre-capstone. So that's definitely an option as well. But Georgia Tech that's mine. That's where I'm going. Yeah. And then I also did do research into whether WGU graduates had success getting into OMSCS program. I had to make sure, because if I can't get into the next program, you know what I mean? So there's even like a whole subreddit of WGU students, WGU grads, and like the OMSCS subreddit, and there you can see like threads where people were successful in graduating from one and getting into the other. So I'm not concerned about that. Ancient desk water. Yes, this is officially ancient desk water. That I just made that up. Is it good? Was that good? I can't even put it on the t-shirt because people gonna be like, what's ancient desk water? Because I don't know when I put this cup on my desk, but it's been here. It was one of those days where I sat down and said, and I'm going, like, maybe, see, I feel like y'all gonna judge me. I really feel like y'all gonna judge me. But like, it's not, there's no molds, there's no particles, there's no nothing, because it was just straight water. Just water. It's just water. But I don't know how long it's been sitting here. Not from today, not from yesterday, not from the day before that. But I drank it, so now I know ancient desk water is fair. And if I don't want to drink ancient desk water, then I need to be refilling my cup. So yeah, that's the plan, y'all. That's the plan. And then I will go further by saying, so I have a lot of experience being in NSBE. NSBE is the National Society of Black Engineers. I have been, when I was back in undergrad, originally, when I was in my mechanical program, I was a chapter senator. Then I became a regional vice chair. Then I became the national publications chair, which is a board of director position for the organization. NSBE is student run organization, or student run, student led. So the literally the board members of the organization are all college students. You have to be a college student to be a board member. They do have a like a graduate, they have a graduate or a professionals, extensions and stuff like that, but the professionals board has a representative on the NEB, the National Executive Board. So it is, so I got a lot of training, a lot of leadership development and stuff through my involvements there. But all of that to say that one of the things I got exposure to, first of all, I have a lot of friends and past like board members that I worked with, past advisors that either have PhDs in computer science, or even like one of our advisors has been the dean of engineering at Georgia Tech. One of my old advisors is I don't know if he's still doing it right now. I'm about to reach out to him soon once I start back to school. But he was the director of diversity for Georgia Tech as well, and then a lot of other schools. But quite a few of my mentors and advisors have come through this program. We have a lot of alumni, from NSBE that has been involved in a lot of these programs as well, as far as like being department staff and being professors and being deans and things like that. And then a lot of those folks are also board members or run the National GEM Consortium. So if you are someone that's in like underrepresented in STEM and you are interested in grad school, you can look into the GEM Fellowship, because this is a way that you can really get a lot of support in trying to navigate that process. Like for me, I'm doing this as a first-time college student. First-time college student, right? My parents don't have college degrees. So they do have they have a application, they have a master's and a computer science fellowship, right? So like I'm doing an online master's because I'm not ready to go back in person. I would feel more comfortable being ready for a residential program once it's time for a PhD and when it's time for me to send Justice to school. So it's just a personal choice, but I do know that I could definitely I think I'll have a really high chance of getting a GEM fellow. I know previous fellows, like I know advisors and stuff to help me figure out how to go through that process. So I've always planned on really going through this process, but it just depends. But I just want people to know that too, because it's a high likelihood, even though I can apply directly to my PhD program, I will probably see if I can be accepted as a fellow, because you get a lot more support, year-round support as a fellow. And I think they know a little bit more about the personal struggles that I'm probably going to face. And then another thing I'm considering for the school I choose for a PhD is what their support looks like for people that have families, right? Because I have to put my son in school wherever I go to school. And so I have started to research like the schools I am interested in. I've started to research their school districts. A lot of their school districts that might have like, I don't know what you want to say, like special programs or special schools that you might want your kid in. You will have to apply, wait lists, all that kind of stuff. So, and then also with the school is kind of thinking about, do they have any support really for someone that already has a family, right? Because when you have a family, you have a different experience than when you're just a solo coming straight out of bachelor's or even straight out of your master's, and all you have to worry about is yourself. You have to have other things around that supports that process. So, yeah. So far, what I saw though, I mean, one thing I've noticed over the years that I didn't really notice when I was coming out of school, like when I was coming out of high school, is that a lot of what keeps the top 10 program top 10 is that they know how to support the students, regardless of where the students are coming from. So, especially nowadays, it's like if your parents don't make $100,000 per year, if you get accepted in the U of M, you probably not pay, like if you under the poverty line, it don't matter how much financial aid you got. If you made it in, you're not gonna have to worry about money basically when it comes to your tuition. When it comes to, you being able, because that is a big barrier. When you can't register for your next class, or when you can't pay, you got the class, but you can't pay for the books, how are you supposed to pass? You know what I mean? And it's such a distraction. That's what I experienced. It's like, okay, well, I got the money, but I got this scholarship, but then this scholarship requires me to show that I'm registered for my classes already. But so they won't pay out the money until I'm registered. But in order to register, y'all need the money. Like, it's just like, wait, how's that? How's it supposed to work? Or I gotta wait for the book voucher to get my books. And if y'all late giving me my book vouchers, but the class has already started, my teacher don't care that I don't have a book. I'm still expected to perform at the same caliber as the rest of the students around me. It's just, yes, that's exactly how I feel all the time. All the time. Not like this. No, please, not like this. Not like this. Not like this. I spent a lot of time like that. But you know what? I'm okay with it, because at the end of the day, I truly don't mind if I had to go through what I had to go through just so somebody else won't. That's all I care about. If less people have to deal with the unnecessary bullshit, I don't care if I was the person that had to do it, because then I saw that it was there, so I was able to be like, yeah, we can't keep doing this. So that is how I look at it. So I don't want to seem like I'm definitely not bitter or nothing, but like, bro, that was a lot emotionally. Honestly, I had a lot of trauma. I didn't even want to go back to school for a while, because it was just kind of like, what? Like, I'm tired. I was burnt out. I love school, y'all. All my life, I love school. I always love school. And especially when I might have been going through different things that I've experienced over the years, school has always been an outlet for me. I love to learn, especially math. So being in a phase where it was like I couldn't even focus on school, I'm sitting in the financial aid office fighting with them, like, that took a lot out of me. So I'm excited because it's been so long since I've been in school. Even though I feel like I have to get back into that flow, I don't feel how drained and like discouraged I felt at that time. I felt like, oh, I gotta stay away from there. Like, just thinking about it just would give me anxiety. Now I'm like, let's go. And I know better now, so I wish they would try me. I didn't know you could like report a professor. Listen, one time I literally had like basically almost like a mental breakdown from everything that was going on. And I had to take incompletes in my classes. They're like, no, you need to take a break. They gave me like academic, basically like kind of like an academic release, or I forgot what they call it. So I was able to take over incompletes in my classes, and that was right at finals time. So I didn't take finals. So that was a whole semester of credits that I took incompletes in. I took incompletes in the winter semester. So for us, winter semester is what some people might call spring. So winter ends in May, right? I took a full-time load of incompletes in May. When you get an incomplete, at least at my school at the time, when you get an incomplete, you had to complete it within a year. Otherwise, it automatically turns to an F. I couldn't, because of the timing of it. It's like, it's intended that you basically take those classes in the next semester and finish them so that you have time. They're giving you time to spread it out. But I couldn't take classes again until the fall. So the way it ended up working out, it was like, if I don't take these classes, these incompletes, and pass them right now in the fall, then they're all going to turn into Fs. A whole 4 classes worth of Fs as a senior. When that many F's hit your GPA, it's tragic, okay? Because whatever you was trying to maintain in your engineering program, that's about to. Okay. But here's the kicker. It wasn't the incompletes. It was the fact that in order to get my financial aid, what did I have to do? I had to register for 12 credits. So now I got to register for 12 credits in the fall. And I still have 12 credits of incomplete classes. It's probably give or take, but it had to be at least 12 because that's full time, right? So I had 12 full-time classes that was registered, and then 12 credits of classes that was incomplete. And then guess what happened with my professors that I had incompletes in? They all said, oh, in order to finish out this incomplete, I need you to sit through the whole entire class again. So essentially they told me that in addition to the 12 credits, every teacher did this, by the way. These are all engineering classes also. Fun fact. So I had a semester right after I had a mental breakdown from the foolishness. I had a semester where they said, take your 12 credits and take these other 12 credits at the exact same time. There's literally no such thing as having 24 credits as a full-time student. You're not allowed to have like really more than 21, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And a lot of times in order to go that high, you have to get permission from you have to get an override from your advisor. The max might actually be 18. So I had 24 credits. I had the responsibility of 24 credits, 8 classes in order to finish out of the fall semester. But just what I didn't know. I didn't know that I could just go to my dean and be like, they're trying to fuck me. Like, what is happening? I didn't know that. I'm thinking like, y'all are my professors and y'all are telling me that this is what I have to do. And when I tell y'all the situation of how I also am already registered for classes and technically I don't have to resit through the class. You just supposed to let me pick up where I left off. I didn't know none of that stuff at the time. You know what I mean? So that's why it's those type of experiences that, yes, I went through certain stuff that was just like unnecessary, but I know that kind of stuff happens. So that's why I'm like, okay, that's why that's the next area that I'm going in to do some work. Just hearing these stories is stressing me out. And that's only one story. I graduated in 2008 and I left school in 2015. The only reason I was there for so long is also because I didn't know that I could be an engineering student when I went to college. So all I knew when I got out of high school was that I'm really good at math and I'm really good at singing. So, but I didn't want to be a math teacher because that was the only thing they told me. And they were just basically more so saying like I could be an elementary school math teacher. That was what I was pretty much directed in as far as anything STEM related. And don't get me wrong, I didn't completely just write that off. When I was the last couple years I was in high school, when I would be out of school for break and stuff like that, and but the other school, like the elementary school, might still be in school, I would literally go to my old elementary school, like volunteer in the classes. I would volunteer in my little brother's classes because they're like 10 and 12 years younger than me. So I tried to see if I would actually like it. And I was just like, this is not for me. So since I didn't know what else to do, what I did when I started school is I majored in music and I minored in math. But after like 3 years of being a music student, I was completely like, this is not working out. Like I was doing well, but like I didn't have the passion for it that I needed, especially to make a music career work. Like how I was even gonna pay my bills is still a mystery to me. But yeah, I was a vocal performance major for 3 years. So I didn't start my mechanical engineering program. I didn't know what an engineer was until I became a senior. When I became a senior, I transferred from the music program to the engineering school. I was an industrial engineering major for like 1 semester, and then I found out that that's not as technical as I thought it was, and then I moved into ME. Did everybody look at me like I was a complete fool? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Did everybody look at me like they pitied my poor little soul? Yes, they did. And I was just like, what? okay, like y'all really looking like y'all like dang. And it wasn't like people look down on you. It's more so people can't even imagine certain things like for themselves. So just on the surface, somebody being like, "Oh, so you're gonna go from a music student to the engineering program that has the highest dropout rate, the highest failure rate." And I was like, that was mind boggling to them. But I was enjoying being an engineering student, but then I was going through so many things because of like, just dealing with financial aid all the time and blah 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 blah. So yes. So y'all can see why, even from that one story, that's why I'm like, yes, I know that that's the next level where I want to advocate. And I don't even want to say advocate, because it's like I'm not about to just talk the talk, I'm about to walk the walk. So how do we, take a completely different approach to this established mindset that we have, Weather courses and all that? Like, imagine you teach an a quote unquote Weather computer science course, and like instead of 80% of your students failing, 80% of your students pass. How'd you do that? I actually taught them and tried to figure out what they had going on. Oh, I don't know. All right, I'm done. But y'all listening to my ramble, so I appreciate it. But yeah, let me confirm this. That get me hot, man. I'm fuming. Like, what in the actual? And I really be trying not to cuss on stream, y'all. I really be trying to like clean up my language in general, because I really don't want my baby's first words to be like something explicit. But that pissed me off so bad. It just like, what the actual fuck? But I didn't know that I should have just went to my dean, when I was having those issues with like my overrides. And the messed up part is I literally was on the engineering student faculty board. Like I said, I was a student leader within NSBE and stuff like that. I had like direct one-on-one relationship with our associate dean. I literally could have just went to his office and be like, what the actual fuck? I could have said those actual words to him. Like, Dean Ellis, what the actual fuck? And he would have helped me easily. But I didn't even know that was a thing. I'm just thinking like, these are my professors and they told me this is how I have to do it. So why would I question that? Because why wouldn't they have my best interest in mind? Why would they be sitting here trying to set me up for failure? Like, this little emotional song in the background too. Anyways, man, what have we done today? What have I done today? I've been talking all day. It's 5 o'clock too. Let me see what I got right now. Get deaf. Get. Oh, this the wrong one. That's why. I'm like, what? That diff should not have been like that. Get diff. I guess the only thing I've done is update the bot. I got my notes in there, so I am gonna commit this. And I'm gonna commit it, but I'm going to comment this one because I haven't got this one working yet. Hoo-wee. So my plan is I still have time for January. So the thing about, I think trying to maximize the credits, the transfer credits I can do and getting most of those out the way, I need at least 2 months. Mostly because I could take a lot of the classes through I could take quite a few of the classes through Sophia, but some of the classes I have to take on study. And on study.com, I think you can only take 4. You can only do 4. I can only basically earn credit for 4 of the classes per month. Like I can only test out of 4 classes per month. Otherwise I have to pay extra. So I want to be able to do at least 2 months of study.com, because I got to look back at my sheet and see how I'm planning on which classes I'm planning on doing where. Matter of fact, CPHD. Let's go to Drive, and hopefully I don't show something I shouldn't show. Why do it always go there? That's so funny to me. Here's the WGU transfer plan. So definitely with the WGU thing, a lot of people, is this the right one? I think it is. I copied this in. I actually made this actually. Yeah, I made this one. I'm gonna share this one because I made this one personally. But there are some people, if you're interested in doing WGU or anything like that, even on the SCS, there are people, like different people on YouTube and stuff, who talk a lot more about their journey. Some people really document like in real time what that experience was like for them. So I have a sheet. One of the sheets I have is actually from somebody who I've watched. Josh Madakor, maybe, is that his name? Cause he has done the different computer science programs, so he talks about that. But this one I made, this is the actual transfer information for Sophia and Study, and these are all the requirements right here on the left side. This is the computer science requirements to graduate. At WGU, you have to complete you have certain classes you have to complete there. So the stuff that's red here is showing me, let me see, how did I do this? The yellow ones I can complete. The green ones are required. The green ones are the ones that I have to complete through there. So these are the minimum classes I have to take to get that degree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. Even though I took a technical communication class, but I'm not transferring any credits. I'm just starting from scratch. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Right. Okay. So 15 classes. Technically, everything else has a transfer equivalent. Sophia, I believe, again, this is more so going on what I'm pretty sure my thought process was here. I think that I could I could take as many classes as I want through Sophia, so whatever I can finish. So I'm going to focus on doing the Sophia classes first. See, so that's why those are yellow, I guess. And then anything that Sophia doesn't have, which is red, I'm looking at study.com. So then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, exactly 8 classes. Yep. So that's my logic for 2 months, because at the bare minimum, in order to be able to test out of 8 classes through study.com, I'm going to need 2 months, because usually the max is 4. And then you have to pay extra for each test. And then also it's a lot. I'm not going to act like this not a lot. So, but I feel confident in testing out of, like, say, computer science, a lot of computer science classes, because I have many years of experience now. So, like, it's not like this is now discrete math, that's probably a little bit more work. But again, like I said, I already took all the calc classes, linear algebra, differential equations, etc. So, I have a lot of experience in that. But like, you can test out the data structures and algorithms, some of the fundamental classes and things like that. I'm not saying they're not going to be work, but I feel confident in being able to test out of the computer science classes that are available to me. and then just focusing on what is left. So I'm going to need at least, so that's what's going to determine how long it takes me to do this process. The prep, the transfers is mostly what's going to determine how long, like whether I will be ready in August. But I mean it's January now, so if I get my shit together, like I said, if I can register starting this month, because it's not technically the month, but it's more so that 30-day period, right? So if I can start in January, because I have to line it up with when I can how the enrollment works for WGU. At WGU, you can start every month, at the top of every month. So anyways, I can start anytime throughout the year with WGU. So at least 2 months, at least 60 days basically of prep. So February and March, and then April, May, June, and really July. Like for 4 months, that's when I would be focusing on these last like 10 classes or whatever. And even though that sounds like a lot, that is possible. It has been done successfully. There's more strategies to it, right? Like as far as prepping for the material and stuff like that. So I'm not concerned about that so much. It's more so, and also I don't have a 40-hour job that I have to compete with either. So I really can be focusing. So that's what the co-working streams really started out as last year. Me knowing that I need to start basically being a full-time student again. So it'll start to be a lot more like our lo-fi study stream type stuff. And it'll probably be, I don't think I'm going to, obviously just do everything on stream, but I think I'm going to be you'll see that I'm doing a lot of study streams. But as far as my time that I will have where I can really focus, it's going to be early in the morning and after I put baby boy to bed. Whole situation has bothered me that none of these other professors or whatever were like, yeah, this is unreasonable. Yeah, it's really interesting. You would think that humans have a certain capacity, but they don't. A lot of times. So, but yeah, like right now, when on a good day, when I don't stay up too late, like honestly, I don't like it, but naturally I'll get up at like 5 a.m. So like Friday, I didn't do it today because I stayed up really late yesterday, but I got up at 5 o'clock yesterday and I didn't go to bed till 2. So that's not something that I think is sustainable by any means. But I know I get up at 5 typically, and I have to leverage the amount of time that baby boy is down and sleep for studying. So I will probably, if I'm getting up at 5 in the morning, I have to get up, and I usually I have my own time that I have to do certain things that I do every day, but for the most part in the morning between 5 and say 7:38, it's completely quiet in the house. And then if he gets up at 7, he definitely has to go to bed by 6 or 7. So then I still have a few like completely quiet hours during the evening that he's that's uninterrupted. So that's it's more so leveraging that, and then leveraging his nap time, because I'm sure a lot of the stuff I'll still be working on throughout the days and everything, but you still want to be able to have that quiet time, like, okay, I need to go through my textbooks and like actually sit and read the material I need to read for class or whatever. So that does give me a good amount of time every day to just have that gives me, say, if I got 2 hours in the morning, right, 6 to 8 in the morning, and then I got 2 hours of nap time in the afternoon. And then the latest I really would want to stay up, knowing I get up at 5, is like 10. Um, so then I have 6 to 10. So that's 4. That's like 8 hours. That's like 8 hours of quiet time every day. So I don't, it's going to vary here and there, but that's a solid amount of time that I know, okay, if I can't get nothing done while he's up, I'm I'm very intentional about that, then that's what will happen. And then eventually, because I never really have people babysit or anything like that. Pretty soon though, he's gonna be getting to the point where he will go to a day program, but not in the immediate future. So in the immediate future, knowing that I have 8 hours of quiet time, not counting like my own, like I get up in the morning, get myself ready, and there's other things that, that goes into that. I think that makes me feel comfortable. The same amount of rigor and focus that I need to give my actual program, I need to give the pre-program as well, right? Because I literally have to go through all the material for each of these classes, all these yellow classes, everything that's yellow. I have to go through the material completely and then test out of it. That's my thought process. But yeah, so if anybody's ever interested in this, I'm going to keep working on this, but this is the actual overlapping. I haven't seen anybody make one of these. Sometimes people have them, but a lot of the ones that I got access to, they don't have a lot of stuff for Sophia. They don't have all the Sophia stuff in there because a lot of times they're more so leaning on doing mostly everything through study.com. But that's, to me, from what I saw, that's not the most efficient way to do it cost wise. This is the plan. And then cost wise when it comes to study.com, I'm sorry, not study.com, cost wise when it comes to WGU, it's about like 35 here it is. It's $39.85 for each 6-month term. So that's another reason why a lot of people like WGU, because it's like their thought process is, instead of giving you, instead of charging you for tuition, you just pay for half a year at a time, and whatever you could finish within that time frame, you can. So if you only take one class, then your one class cost you $4,000. If you took 2 classes, obviously your 2 classes cost you $4,000, which means your 1 class cost you $2,000. If I take 10 classes, that means each class cost me $400. But it's definitely something that could be done within a single year. But I don't see a reason for me to, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't see a reason for me to drag my feet once I start. I need to just rip the Band-Aid off and don't let it linger, because I'm not trying to let the whole process linger. I'm really trying to get to the phase of the masters, but and also it's a personal choice that I'm just going ahead and starting from the ground up with my degree versus like trying to go through the headache of transferring my classes from Wayne State. So yeah. I think that's good. I'm really thinking this out as I'm talking through it. So, this is doable for me in my experience, the type of, in my professional experience that I do have, in the amount of time that I have available to me, the flexibility that I have, this is doable. And then I was just going to say, even though Baby Boy is not going to a program right now, if it gets to a point where I feel like I do need to start having somebody, come sit with him, or or something like that, then I'll definitely do that. But I'm not really trying to pay extra for childcare if I don't have to. Um, yeah. So we shall see. We shall see. Oh. So if anybody, I'm gonna put. Let me see. Okay, I am going to make sure that the Discord, y'all have the Discord link. If you wanna, if you just want to be a part of the community, like hang with us and talk, chat with us, and um, post memes with us, feel free. Feel free. Discord. I am currently working on a Discord server, working on getting our server, I actually literally just turned it into a community server today, earlier this morning. And I'm working on getting our channels reorganized. And for me, like, because some people know me as a teacher, I do teach. I run programs and things like that. And I've been leaning more into running my own programs because typically in my past, I have done mostly, other I have done coding boot camps and things like that. The curriculum didn't belong to me. It belonged to the programs that I worked for. So, as I am starting to do more teaching for, my platform, I'm actually building out spaces in here. So a lot of that stuff can be hosted, like when I do office hours and things like that, or when we host classes and we need to like chat about the materials and things, that's what the meta dev world pretty much is turning into. Fully developed is something that's more private because I do client work. So a lot of times with my client work, it all falls under that fully developed. So that's kind of just a little context. And then of course we still have our games and stuff like that. But this is more so like the informational stuff that most content creators have. So this is where you can find more like the live notifications. I try to post a little bit more about like things that I'm planning on working on and stuff like that. So that's more so, this is a little bit more informational. And then of course we have our voice channels, but a lot of these voice channels and stuff, this is the voice channels we have under here. I'm going to rename this. This is more so watch party stuff. So when we like on Halloween, we were watching Five Nights at Freddy's movie and some other stuff. That's what those are typically for. Then we have our tech channels, all our tech channels, mostly coding related stuff and hardware. And then I'm going to be reworking like the Meet the Crew stuff because now that I have the community set up going, I can I have the next thing I have to do is the onboarding. So that's the onboarding to the server. So assigning roles and stuff like that, I'm going to be working on that. So that'll play into the Meet the Crew too. Because one of my favorite things, I mean, there's a lot of other things we could do, but one of my favorite things is 16 personalities or / Myers-Briggs, MBTI Myers-Briggs type indicator. I like that kind of stuff. It's just interesting to me, not to say that you have to put people in a category, but to say, I am typically categorized as a logician. And if I read through the logician, I can say pretty much, yes, this describes a lot of how I am as a person. Like, so what I like about this personally is that I'm very logical, as you can see by being the logician. So sometimes it's easier for me to understand more about like how to interact with different people, knowing what their personality types are. Because people don't typically come up to you and tell you like, hey, be gentle with me because, I take offense to, feedback or whatever. Like, people don't just come and just say that. A lot of times you learn stuff like that by offending somebody and you didn't even mean to. So anyways, but that's why we have a 16 personalities channel, but it's not like a normal part of the flow. So sometimes people come in and they actually do it, and you can get a role from this, but nobody, it's just kind of off to the side. So we'll have more roles. We'll have programming related roles like your tech stack or your programming language too, to help people out. Someone was we were talking about that earlier. And then I'm still going to keep the gaming area. These are just games that specifically I'm interested in or will probably be playing more of. I just been holding back from gaming lately because I'm trying to get my life together. I'm trying to get my content life together. But yeah, and then we have of course our general chat channel. So I had just been slowly reorganizing it. So if you come into the Discord, you'll just notice I'm slowly reorganizing things. Like today I literally just turned this into a community server. So onboarding will be there soon. We have like a rules page now, so I'm going to fill out a bunch of this other stuff. And ooh, who just slid in? Because I have to welcome y'all always. I'm in stream mode. So yeah, I highly encourage you to get involved, and then you can just take an interest in any channels. So you'll see like X Days of Code used to be 100 Days of Code. Oh, that's you, Wizard? Okay, awesome. I'm gonna welcome you. I just don't know if I have to do this every time. I have to. I can't excuse me. I can't tell which one you are in streamer mode. Okay. I have to do that. I have to. Before we had sticker responses, I always do this. This is my favorite. And we've had quite a few new folks over the past couple weeks, so very fun. But yeah, you can take an interest in any channel that so you'll notice some people. You always gonna see Preacher in the AIML channel. He posts a lot in code as well. Let's see, we have our memes channel. Elliot has been chiming in memes recently, but also traditionally Y2 Spectaful is known for memes. And Exia hasn't been around for a while, but Exia and I know each other personally. We were in a fellowship program together, and we went to school together at Wayne State. So yeah, people take interest in different channels, because Sub Not Dubbed is our anime channel. So no offense to anybody that watch dubs, I don't watch dubs typically. The only thing I could watch dubbed is probably Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball Z. That's it. So I don't really prefer dubs, just because I think you lose a lot when you try to Americanize Japanese culture more so than anything else. So I like to watch it as pure as possible. Even subtitles doesn't always give you that. That's why I'm learning Japanese. But so yeah, we got Sub Not Dubbed. Busybody is more so like productivity type stuff, goal setting, and I post different types of things. So these are the yearly planning sheets that I got from somewhere that I follow. I just posted those there. So Cop or Drop was like a shoe category, but I've been really good about not spending all my money on shoes lately. So anyways, and creative is what you can see here. Some people draw and do other kind of stuff, but these are jackets. That's a vest I made recently. This is a jacket I made for myself recently as well, if y'all didn't see those. Came out really amazing. So I be doing stuff on my Cricut. So yeah, I made this for a Wayne State alumni picnic. It was a homecoming alumni homecoming thing that happened recently, and this is my MetaDev Girl jacket that I wear for conference speaking now. Apparently I wore it for a talk the same exact day that I pressed this stuff on. So yeah, just little stuff. So feel free. Treble Clef is an up and coming channel, as you can see with my guitar that I bought recently and my keyboard over on this side that I also bought recently. Because for those that heard my story, I was a music major before I got into engineering, and I also was completely engulfed in music when I was in high school, all 4 years of high school, training, performing, leading, solo festivals, competitions, all that. So yes, and I'm learning how to DJ. I'm about to start learning how to produce music. I sing though. That's my instrument is voice. Yes, voice is an instrument, and it's one of the hardest to play. Because if you decide you want to eat hot Cheetos and Mountain Dew all day, your voice is gonna be mad at you. But yeah, so just a little overview. And then I did make a content creator one recently because I do know a lot of folks are kind of going towards this, and I am making certain type of recommendations depending on how people are trying to grow their tech career. So I figure I should post more resources because these are the things that I research into and do all the time. That's how I've been able to grow my stream and learn more about live streaming, learn more about YouTube, learn more about all of that. So I'm getting ready to go all in on getting the momentum on my channels. I've just been building up a content library over the past year or so. So now I'm going to be going all in on promos. So y'all will see that. Like, you'll see it in real time, but it's like I want to be more open about the behind the scenes. So if you are like, oh, how did you do that part? How did you, if you want to be a developer advocate nowadays, you gotta be streaming. I'm gonna say, if you for the companies that you probably want to be a dev advocate for, you gotta be like live streaming, blogging, conference speaking, taking down booking. Like, you gotta be like a tech community like leader or something. Like, you it's a couple different paths. A open source project contributor, it's a couple different paths. My path is more so teaching. But yeah, so these are tools of the trade. At least for what I do, I can share what I'm getting into. Doesn't music theory have some math aspects? Heck yeah. A lot of like software engineers, software developers are musicians, and that's so funny to me because a lot of people would say, oh, coding is not creative, which is completely made up. Like, yes, it is. And because programming languages have rules and code has to be structured, then that makes people say it's not creative. But that's exactly how music theory works. That is literally exactly how music theory works. But also, a lot of people don't actually have music theory training. So yes, because in music, like, say if I'm going to be in one key, first of all, you're in a key. Like, when you make a song and when you use different notes on the scale, you don't just use any sound. You use sounds that are harmonic to each other, which is based off of math and ratios of the differences in the frequencies, right? And then the way that I look at programming and math, with programming, you have a programming language, right? So you have the syntax of the language. So that's the rules of the language. That's what you are allowed to. Those are the words you're allowed to use and the structure that you have to use it within. But then once you know those, and then you maybe have some different techniques that you can use in that language, you can solve 10 different people can solve the same problem 10 different ways, all using the same programming language. And then that don't even count if they were to use a different programming language, right? But you just have to work within your framework. Same thing for music. With music, you have to be in a key, and when you're in a key, there's only certain notes that are designated within that key in order for it to sound good to our ears. And there is certain theory to, like, which shifts you do between, like, if I go a third or if I go a fifth, like what's harmonic and things like that. So it's the structure, it's the rules and the structure. But then beyond that, you can do whatever you want in between there. You have time signatures and stuff like that. So those are the syntax and the techniques, but then you can create within that. So it's literally exactly the same. Music theory has a lot of linear algebra and other aspects, even with set theory. Instruments have functional programming as a routine in them. It's very interesting. Like, it can get so deep. I don't know if I would ever try to overlap my programming experience with music, just because what I learned is music has always been a passion, and it's something it's a way I express myself. When I was a music student, one of the main reasons I left the program was because I didn't like my hobby being what's the word, like a requirement basically. So it's like regardless of whether I feel like singing today or not, I have to sing, you know. um so for that reason, I've always wondered if I would bother trying to overlap the two, because I feel like it's going down that path again. But in general, it's so interesting. Like it's very related. Um, but yeah, Preacher does has done more in probably. I mean, Preacher, you do a lot with a lot, so I know you probably like experiment with a lot of different types of like overlapping programming with other aspects. But yeah, you already know I merged them. Yes. Yep. I know. Get rebased. Whatever. All of it. So yeah, that's what we got going on over here. So I just kind of, I mean, that was like a little mini, hey, here's the Discord update for what we got going on right now. But oh, and there's one brain word game, which is Wordle. I don't always remember to post my Wordles, but I do be posting my Wordles. And then one day I'm gonna get back to the one that Preacher put me on. I think that was you. Numberal. Wait, did I find this? No, you sent. I know we were talking about this. No, I think. Oh, I think you were telling me on stream. Oh, Mathler. That's the one you had said. But I think you were talking. We were talking about it on stream, and then I went and looked up some of them. So Mathler. That one is hard. It's easy and hard at the same time. It's more variance in it. That's what's different than Wordle, because Wordle is like, it's only so many words that you could actually use because it has to be a real word. Mathler is like, it's, you have to make a problem. You have to show a solution to a problem. So it could be characters or numbers, a series of characters or numbers, basically a series of operators or numbers, I should say. Did I play Quirtle or Octodrol? I think I might. I don't know if I played Quirtle. I don't know. I remember. Okay, so here, WordleGame.org had Co-Wordle. I don't know if I played Octurtle or I might have. I don't know. I know I tried some different ones on here though. So this one is WordleGame.org. And then the other one is Mathler. Oh, so yeah. But that's kind of what I was saying before, and even talking about the music stuff, because I know how intensive it is, all of the things that I'm like, the different projects and the things that I'm working on this year, especially saying 365 days of code. I am very aware and conscious of the fact that I need to prioritize downtime. Merriam-Webster Games Portal. Wait, so that's a completely different one. So yeah, I'm very conscious of the fact that I need to prioritize downtime and do things other than programming and math, because I'm going to be doing a lot of programming and math for like the next, let's see, probably 7 years. What? I don't know. 5 to 7 years, right? Of study. I'm trying to paste that link. Oh, I'm already in the channel that I'm looking for. Let's see. I'm about to eat. My brain is literally giving out on me because I haven't eaten today. No, I haven't eaten today. Do some gaming. Oh, absolutely gaming. Absolutely. Positively, without a doubt. I want to get back to playing Starfield because I was enjoying that. Tekken is about to come out. Wait, don't that come out next week? Did I miss it? No, it's too early in the month. I know it has to come out on Thursday, right? Tekken's about to come out. I haven't finished Hogwarts Legacy. I haven't gotten to play any of the games that came out last year, really. I played Hogwarts Legacy. We had streams of Hogwarts Legacy, and then is that the only game I played on stream last year? I think so. Back in the day, I used to play so much Sims. Like I always did modded Sims, and we used to be having fun with those. So yeah, absolutely. The reason why I've been staying back from gaming mostly was because I've been in a constant state of getting my life together. So when I have like lingering projects and stuff, I'm like, let me just not. But it's at the ready. It's at the ready. I tested out. I guess I did it on my other computer, so I got to set it up on here because I don't think I'm going to. I'm trying to decide which room my PlayStation should live in. I don't think I'm going to leave it back. I might actually. I got to see. Right now, my PlayStation is in my room. And then if in the office, my computer can handle remote play. So that's what I was testing out. That's why my controller is still sitting in here. So I can technically do remote play successfully. So I was in here playing Tekken one night. What else is? I know it's games coming out and stuff like that haven't been on my that I haven't been on my radar. But I really all I really care about right now is Tekken. Give me Tekken. That's what I need. Speaking of which. It's weird because I don't know if I should move the channel, but these are more so like dedicated to a specific game. But we do have a gaming chat that we post in. I've been posting. These are the characters. These are my mains right here, y'all, for Tekken. These have been my mains since I was in middle school on my PSP. Lily is my main. Dragunov is my second main. I love both of them, but I typically go to Lily first. So she gets way more play for me. This year though, I'm definitely going to be trying Brian because I love how crazy he is. I just have to try him just because of that. And then Victor is just like, he got a samurai sword and a gun. Okay. And he like some type of French agent. He's also, I think, the only other French character besides Lily, because for a while she was the main. She's the only one. So these are the two I'm going to try out. We shall see. Yes. I did want to play some VR stuff, but I really can't get back into VR until I fix my graphics card. I need to replace my graphics card on my PC. So once I do that, then I can do that. But yeah, what so if y'all into any particular type of games, definitely let me know. I have a lot of other stuff. I have a Nintendo Switch and I have a PlayStation. I don't fuck with Xbox, but I do have Game Pass on my PC. There's nothing wrong with Xbox. I just don't like Xbox controllers, so it's always kind of been like, why would I have an Xbox? And now that I can have Game Pass on my PC, it's no reason for me to personally have an Xbox. Because any game that I really like, when I wanted to play Starfield, I just played it on Game Pass. So if you do want to do something that's in that arena, I can give y'all my we can start reposting game or gamer tags or whatever. But I have a Nintendo Switch and I have a PlayStation and I have Game Pass on PC and Steam stuff. If it requires me to have very good aim, don't ask or don't expect much. That's what I can say. I love Sims 4. I love GTA 5. GTA 5. I want to get into GTA RP. Like I just really want the RP. So that's good time. That's good downtime as well. Mm-hmm. 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 All right, let me see what we got going on Twitchity Twitch. I need to look from a different profile, one that I'm actually signed in on. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. I'm trying to see. Oh, let me see who's in my. Yeah, we will raid. Let's go raid Juicebox, y'all. Um, yes, let's go raid Juicebox. GTA RP seems like it could be a fun time. I'm really like, I have my character. I've been working on my character backstory and my anticipated possible like story arc. Give or take the unpredictability of RP. So yeah, I'm ready for that too. Completely separately, my longtime mod here, Dre slash XAKG, he and I were just talking about that earlier. We have a group of people that's getting ready to work on the RP server. So I'm just waiting for us to be able to get that project started. So I'm kind of saving I might come up with a different character just to, play around with, but I'm saving my main character for our server. Cause I got a real lovely, wonderful storyline planned out. It's not planned, but you know what I mean. I know my character. I know her motivation. I know her aspirations, and I know her struggles. And I have some ideas of how that might be able to play out. How I might be able to play out some of those storylines. So, or at least get them kicked off. Um. So yeah, I'm waiting. I'm ready for that. Okay, so I'm really trying to. Okay, here we go. I'm over here trying to find my way to somewhere that I can't get to. Let me. All right, we're gonna bring this one over here. All right. Ad break ends in 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're back. I never know if it's like delayed, but we're back apparently. So we are going to be rating Miss Juicebox Hero today. Yes, Juicebox Hero. I'm doing a terrible job of being able to manage what the heck I got going on over here. I don't want this one up no more. You just stay down. I need you because you can do stuff, and I need you because you can do stuff. Okay. So yes, y'all, of course I will be back tomorrow for our 2 weeks in. I'm very excited. I appreciate so much of the support, all of the raids, everybody just hanging and chatting. Honestly, like I said, I don't have coworkers. So I don't have other dev coworkers. So I really be needing these times. Even in all my extra introvertedness, my bad. I almost lied out loud. Even in all my introvertedness, I really do, I really do appreciate the community that we have here. And I hope, even if you lurk, even if you just silent in the background, it's all good. It's all good for sure. I get it. And I appreciate it. So I will be going ahead and setting up the stream so that we can pass some love over to Juicebox Hero. She is, it says she's getting to know her future coworker, GPT. Oh, GPT Chan. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna go and say hi to her. I used to have a raid command, but I don't know if I have it anymore. Okay, we gonna work on that. We gonna work on that. But say hi. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Wait, let me get the raid going. Raid. Little do y'all know that little moment of singing a random song just kept me on track to do the right thing. All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and end it, and I will see. Oh, dang it. Where'd my raid go? I messed it up. Oh, unraid. I didn't want to unraid. The heck? See? The struggle. I didn't know that's what that was going to do. All right, Wizard. Thank you. I'll see you in Discord. I'll see y'all tomorrow.